Hey, what's up, y'all? My name is Diamond Stylz. I go live every Friday at 7, and we talk about a bunch of different stuff. If you are new here, welcome. Make sure you subscribe. If you are returning, make sure that you thumbs up, hype the video. Let me see. Pull my notes up. Some stuff we're going to talk about today. Of course, the title, which will come later. I want to talk about Jason Arday. I want to talk about Luigi Mangione. Is that how you say his name? And a couple of videos I saw that were pretty cool. Hey, Gigi. Hey, Kush. I have my ginger, lemon, and apple juice. And earlier I had drunk the top of it without shaking it, so it's extra spicy. How y'all week been? It's Friday. Y'all ready for the weekend? I am ready for the weekend. Hey, Raven. How are you? Thanks for the jewels. I don't even know what those do. What do jewels do? What did you drink? So this is we have a store called HEB, and they do juicing, and this is apple, ginger, and pineapple. Apple, ginger, not pineapple, apple, ginger, lemon. And this yellow stuff that you see, that's the ginger. And if it's just sitting, all the ginger are settled to the bottom. And sometimes I'll forget to shake it and I'll just drink. And you're drinking all the sweetness out. And so by the time you get to this part, it'd be like ginger down. So it's spicy. It's like, ooh, spice, child. So I get a little bite on the back of your throat, honey. And not the kind you like. Mine just coming to an end. I had to work Saturday and Sunday. Ooh. Let me see. I had a pretty uneventful week. It ain't been nothing really going on. Nothing but there's some good stuff happening, but I can't really talk about it yet. But confirmation of some good stuff to come. Ain't no coins. Confirmation that some coins is coming, but ain't no, I'm the type of person that what the old folks say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I'm that type of person. It's basically the confirmation that you got the position on the project, but ain't no, honey, contracts been signed. We're waiting on them to be sent. So it's been confirmed that it's going to be sent. We'll send it Monday. So once that, I'll consider that good. once the DocuSign done been sent, honey, and confirmed. So that's coming down the pipeline. So that's been the good thing. I've been going down UK jazz rabbit hole, and I got introduced to this lady from the 60s in the UK named Cleo Lane, and she's like a jazz singer, and I've been listening to some of her music. I think I ran into her maybe like 2 years ago and saw a video, but I've been going down like a rabbit hole of her music, and it's been like, "Oh, her voice is beautiful." Her name is Cleo Lane. Cleo, Cleo Laine. Cleo Lane. She's like a black jazz singer from the UK that came out in like the 50s and 60s. Her voice is amazing. I was like, "Oh my god." Her, especially like when she get to scatting and doing all kind of stuff, I'm like, "Oh, you fire." So I've been going down the rabbit hole. I've been recording Labby Sifri, I think that's how you say his name. I've been recording a version of his My Song. It's called My Song. I've been recording a version of it. And so it led me down this UK black artist rabbit hole. And yeah, that's been bringing me joy this week. Hey, Ty. Yeah, that's been bringing me joy this week. So if y'all never heard of her, make sure y'all check it out. She's still alive too. Hey, RL, how are you? I love that song. It makes me happy when I hear it. Yes, I love it too. Ty sent it to me and suggested I record it. I've always loved the song, but I never had thought about recording it. When I did record a song from him, I recorded telephone because I just like the it's just something about the melody that just spoke to me at the time. And so I recorded that and I wanted to put Say My Name in the song because, Say My Name is about being on the phone with your man and you hearing something in the background. And so since this song was called Telephone, I was like, oh, I'm going to put Say My Name somewhere in this, my version. And so when I recorded that, that's the song that I was into. So I didn't even think about my song, but I'm going to do my song. Hey, Shy, how are you? You are on time. We just started about 8 minutes ago. Um, looks like I made my dinner just in time. What did you make? What did you cook? I cooked last night. A broccoli and potato cheddar soup, but I put some hot Italian sausage in there. And when I tell you that shit is busting, oh, it's so good. I loved it. Have you heard of Coco Roco? Is that how you say it? Coco Roco? Coco Roco? There's a new jazz band from the UK. Nope, I've never heard of them. The girl that I really been into is the plus size dark skinned girl that sung at the Olympics. She got a new song with JT. I've been really into her. I can't pronounce her name. It's like Yosalt, Yosfault, or Yosvault or something. Yes, Salt. Yeah, something like, yeah, I think that's her name. I saw them in Atlanta in June. Work. Yeah, I never heard of them. Link me to some of their good songs. I need to make these potatoes before they go bad. How long did I have them? You chop the potatoes for the soup? Yeah. You put a whole potato in the soup, girl. You put the whole potato in there? You don't chop it? What you do with the potatoes, girl? For a soup. I can't cook. Yes, you cut the potatoes up in the bite-sized pieces and you put it in there. And why don't you know how to cook? You've been a woman too long. I've been knowing you for too long, and you've been a woman. Why haven't you learned how to cook something? I feel like a woman, no, not a woman, adult. Sorry, that's misogynistic. I feel like a woman, specifically though, adult, but I, just as a woman, you should know at least five meals to cook for yourself that you have over your age, over time, perfected in the way that you like it. Five meals. Not five meals, five things. Five meals is great, but five things. Like you can put five things on a plate that you can cook well. How do you pronounce that? Did I say it right? Kokoroko? Is that how you say it? Did I pronounce it right? What how do you pronounce it? My trad wife is peeking through. You know, it's a little trad wife in there. I was raised in the church. It's a little, you know, it's a little in there. You know, I am a non-traditional woman that loves a traditional life. You know, Kokoroko sounds like a something from Tokyo, like some kind of Asian um toy or something. I just moved in the house. I don't share anymore. I've been going crazy in the kitchen lately. Oh my god. That is an adjustment when you are so I've talked about this to my friends, but I have not lived alone until the pandemic. So my whole life I've never lived alone. I've always had my own place, but somebody always stayed with me. So it was very rare. Either somebody stayed with me or they were always at my house. So I rarely this is after the pandemic, this is the first time that I have lived where I don't live with anybody and people don't come to my house like intentionally. Usually most of my earlier life, yeah, somebody lived with me or people visited. And so I don't have that. So what I learned was, you have to learn how to cook. There's a different way that you cook when you're cooking for yourself and when you're cooking for a bunch of people. And so that was an adjustment over this past like post pandemic life for me. Learning how to really, you don't need to buy in bulk, because usually buying in bulk saves, it does save you money, but for me, it don't really save me money because that shit is sitting there and spoiled. So why the fuck am I buying all this shit? Because I ain't gonna eat it. Because once I get tired of eating it, it's just gonna sit in there. I ain't gonna go back to it. So for me, the whole the, yeah, I had to learn how to buy just enough to cook for myself. Yes, it's gonna be a little bit of leftovers, but not like I used to cook. I used to cook where, hey, I'm cooking a lot, and you know, yeah. But it was easier with Ty. It was easier when Brandon was here because Brandon is a fucking garbage disposal. Um, was a garbage disposal, baby. I cooked something, baby. I didn't have to worry about it going bad, baby. Brandon gonna guzzle it down. I didn't have to, you know what I'm saying? I had to do the opposite with him, where I would have to, for my leftovers, I would have to put my own leftovers up, baby, because he let me cook a pot of beans and neck bones or something, cornbread, baby. I'm getting my one little plate. I'll come home, they gone. But he'll run a phone bill. He'll run a phone bill. I mean, not a phone bill. He'll run a grocery bill up on your ass. Um, Saying, but I have to watch because of his dietary restrictions and things. Because he would devour. Yeah, yeah. I had to, but baby, but also to think about Brandon, baby. Brandon don't mind going to the welfare office and getting some food stamps and handing you the card. Here you go, mom. No question. Here the pen, here the card. Because he ain't gonna buy nothing. He ain't gonna cook nothing. So you know, honey, I got us, some coins, some food stamps, baby. Hmm. Hey, man. Excuse me. Hey, Naira. How are you? Hey, CL. What's your tea? They started off as a Fulali Kuti cover band. Is that the dude with AIDS from Africa? Is that him? Then they start making their own music. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Now, my little brother, when I lived with my little brother, he was it was more balanced. Rakim didn't really scarf like that. By the way, anyone who listened to Marsha's play knows you do put belt to ass. I was listening to the podcast. Belt to ass. What does that mean? Like I whoop kids? I'm more like my mom was. Like I'm not against whooping, but I rarely whoop, if that makes sense. Like my mom wasn't against whooping, but she rarely whooped us. Like I think I got in my younger years, I think I got whooped probably in my whole preteen era. I probably got whooped. I only remember two, but I wanna say like three times. I'm gonna say three because I'm like maybe I'm forgetting something. You know how to squabble. Oh, I twirling. Yeah, I don't mind twirling. Yes, for the guys. But yeah, when I was growing up, my mama didn't. It was the threat of whooping that was there, and she wasn't against it at all. But I think, yeah, I skipped school. I got suspended from school, and I played hooky, thinking that I was smarter than the adults. And I played hooky where I got up and went to school, but I was suspended, but didn't tell my mama I was suspended. And so, but my stupid ass was still hanging around the school, not going into school, but when it was time for recess, I was still being visible. But it was wintertime, so it was cold as hell. And so they called my mom. No, no, no. They didn't call my mom. My grandmother saw me. Not my grandmother, my great grandmother, because she lived around the elementary. My great grandmother. And she saw me and took me back home and asked my mother why was I out in the cold. And my mother was like, he wasn't supposed to be out in the cold. What are you talking about? He was at school. And so it was a whole big old thing. She called the school. School said that I got suspended. Maybe she beat my ass for that. So I got a whooping for that. Um, what happened? What happened? What happened? There was another whooping that I got. I can't remember what it was for. I remember that one because that one was, I thought I was being slick. Fula Kuti, but didn't he die of, wasn't he like, there was some kind of back undergird of that. He wasn't just a musician and political. I watched something on him that was like, it was something under there. Like either he was queer or he was something was under there. There was something behind the scenes that was a little witchy. Yeah, but that was when I was 18 though, when I smashed the clock. Yeah, you weren't whipping me once I became an adult. No. Nobody was whipping me, child. No. Get out here. Mm, yeah, in my younger years, it was, I think I got whooped like 3 times. I think the one that I remember the most is when she didn't. So my mama's rule was nobody could whoop me. Like nobody, my mama didn't let people whoop her kids other than her. She definitely one of the at the time new age parents. You know, back in the day, people say anybody could whoop you. I didn't grow up in that era, so I don't know if that was Boomer era or Gen X, but my it might be some a little millennials, but my millennial self, I didn't. My mom didn't let people whoop me, so I don't know about that part of growing up. In regards to like people can just like random neighbors can whoop you or random people, no. My mom was like, my mom's logic, which made sense. My mom's logic was if you um if you can whoop me, that means you can instill fear in me. And my mother didn't want anybody to be able to instill fear in me. So if something's going on, I wouldn't be scared to tell her if somebody's touching me the wrong way, if somebody is doing something to me that they shouldn't be doing. My mother feels like, honey, you need to be able to tell me. Can't nobody threaten you with a whooping if nobody can whoop you. um, I got whooped every day for years. Damn, no, yeah, my mama wasn't abusive like that in that way. My mother was more neglectful. She wasn't abusive, but yeah, she was like, honey, Can't nobody whoop you. Don't whoop my child. Bring my child to me. And tell me what's going on, and I'll whoop them if they need a whooping. But just whooping me random, girl, please. Nobody. I think the only people who could whoop me now, if I stayed with you, like my grandmother, she could whoop me. But my grandmother wasn't a whooper either. My grandmother wasn't. It really wasn't nobody that was like in my life that was like my grandmother would tap you. She'll hit you, like pinch your elbow, tap you, pop you in the back of the head. My grandmother was more of a tapper, like stop, shit like that. She wasn't really a lay you down and whoop your butt with a belt type of person. Who else? My grandma. I'm trying to think of now. My stepdad. Now this is where it kind of got witchy for me, which kind of hurt my feelings. I remember I had done something wrong, and she was pregnant, and the stepdad that used to abuse her, he had came to visit. She wasn't even with him at the time, but she has my middle brother's father, and she allowed him to whoop me for the first time because she was pregnant. Because of what happened, she was too far along to whoop me. So because he was there, her logic was he's there, you know him, and you needed your ass whooped. So I let him whoop you. And then it was for me, it was a side-eye moment against my mother. Where I was like, you let this nigga who abused you for years come and whoop me. Fuck out of here. It was definitely a side-eye moment for my mother. I talk to this day. But she was like, I was, honey, almost 9 months pregnant, and you needed your ass whooped. So this will be the my. Yeah, so that was one that I remember. She didn't allow my uncles who babysitted me. She didn't allow them to whoop me. But what they would do, I think I talked about this before. What they would do, they would take pencils and hit my toes, because my toes would. If you hit me because of my color, it's gonna show, no matter what. So what they would do is hit my toes with pencils, so it wouldn't be any mark on me. That was their way of punishment. That was my middle little brother father. The youngest little brother father, his way of punishment was having you stand in the corner with phone books like this. And you had to keep the phone books up. Stand in the corner holding phone books up like this. Where you had them both. You put one on this hand and one on this hand. And you like, oh, your arms is burning because you holding the books. That was his style. Mm-hmm. You had to stand in the corner, hold books, what else? Or it was a way he used to have us like bend our knees and lean up against the wall. And you had to hold the position. Hated that. Hated that. Okay. He was pledging y'all. That's what he instead of whooping, he would do that. So let me get into some of these conversations. So I wanted to talk about Jason Arday. Have y'all heard of him? So he was hey KY, how are you? So Jason Arday was a professor, a black male professor. I think he was gay. Um, a black male professor at Cambridge, and he got under some heat because somebody accused him of plagiarizing his dissertation, saying that it was his PhD dissertation, I think, and he he got busted. Then once that opened up a can of worms to where they start questioning that. Then they question his CV. They question like, was it embellished? And there's like, it's some signs that this is like a fake, uh, a whole fake education type person, another Cheyenne Bryant, that type of deal. And so they just found him dead yesterday or day before yesterday. Like apparently, allegedly, like a suicide because he had to resign. Well, not because he had to resign from his professor position in Cambridge, and he thank you, Sky, and he because of all this heat that's going up on him, he had to resign from his professor position, and so he ended up. So it looks like he ended up killing himself. So my question, I don't know. I'm not a suicidal ideation type of person, and it really don't come up for me. Um, but if I'm scamming, it's just my brain, how my brain works. So if I'm scamming and I know I'm scamming and I get caught, damn, I was scamming. It's my brain ain't gonna go to, oh, I'm so embarrassed and I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna be like, damn, them motherfuckers caught me. Like it's gonna be like a shit. Damn, they finally caught up with my ass. It ain't gonna be if I am scamming, I'm not gonna feel bully. It's gonna be a kiki. I'm gonna turn it into a kiki. It's gonna be like that. You got me. But if I'm not scamming, it's gonna make me angry, not suicidal. It's gonna make me angry where I'm gonna try to prove everything that I said that what the fuck I was doing. I didn't plagiarize shit. Look, da 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 da. All the proof, all the if you're telling the fucking truth, you should have proof. And so if you're not scamming, it's gonna make me angry and go after everybody who trying to say I'm lying. If I am scamming, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, you got me. Y'all got me. Y'all wear me out. It's gonna be kind of funny. It's gonna be like I got all the way to this part of the fucking I got all the way to a professorship. And I've been making this salary for a couple of years now. I got y'all for real, for real. Y'all caught up with me eventually, but I got y'all. You see them? That's how I be thinking about it. It's gonna be like a kiki. I commit to the bit like my name was Jesse Smollett. Yeah, come on, bars. Yeah, I would have. I don't know. I can't see myself. I just can't see myself killing myself behind no motherfucking body. That's number one. I can't. I just can't. And maybe it's because I'm somebody who grew up being bullied. So bully didn't. You got to have a tough skin in this world, and I just can't. I think, but there was one time in my life that I felt like I didn't have suicidal ideations. What I remember thinking in my head was, because of the circumstances I'm in, I can see how somebody could get so desperate to be suicidal because I was in such a unusually hard time. And this is the week I left Mississippi to come to Texas. I told y'all that my mom had spent the money because she was on drugs. So I gave her the money to pay the rent, but for like 4 months, she wasn't paying the rent. She was getting high with the money. And so the fucking sheriff, the landlord of the house that we lived in, and the sheriff came to the house to put us out. And so when they come to the door, they spill out the tea that my mama been smoking up the fucking money. And so we sitting there like, what the hell is going on? Like, I've been paying. Now, mind you, I was the only one paying because I was an escort at the time. And so when I told the lady that I didn't know what was going on, she believed me, but she didn't believe me in the sense of y'all can stay. She believed me in the sense of, okay, I ain't gonna have the police take y'all out right now, but I'm gonna give you 3 days to figure something out, but y'all got to get out. I was like, damn. And she was like, and you've been playing on my time for 4 months. You can't, I'm not even gonna allow you to pay me. Y'all got to get out. it ain't no, even if you get the money and bring me all the money you owe me, you can stay. It ain't even that. So it was like, oh shit. So that was like on a Monday. No, that was like on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So like it was like 3 days. So once we find that out, it was like, damn. So now I'm finding out my mama done been stealing the money. Then the next day, the lights get shut off. And I gave her the money for that. So I'm like, so we in here and we got to get the fuck up out of this house. And we in this house and ain't got no fucking lights. And I was sitting there with a candle like this. Imagine sitting in a room with no light, a candle, 2 candles. I have a quarter size bag. They weren't a quarter at the time because, quarter bag of chips don't exist no more. But that size, quarter bag of chips, a bag of Cheetos, and a can of fucking beans on top of one of the candles, heating up the can of beans. Now, mind you, I ain't never in my life lived like this. We ain't got no lights, and I'm heating up a can of beans. Bitch, I was sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy. I gotta stretch this bag of chips. I gotta stretch this can of beans. I gotta add up. Ain't nobody calling or they playing games. I got 3 days to figure something out. And I just sat there and was like, oh my God, I see why people kill themselves now. In situations like this where you ain't got nothing to do, I see why people kill themselves. This is crazy. I never been in this situation. So that was the first and only time in my life where I didn't think about playing nothing or think about doing it, but I was like, oh, I could see how this feels. So I've never felt this desperate. I've never felt this isolated. I've never felt this down. I always figured something out and damn, boom. But I got out of that rut and honey, took my $57. I turned a trick. Took my $57 and moved to Houston. And figured it out. Because my mindset always have been thinking about that. I was like, before I would kill myself, I would just pick up and move somewhere. Start over somewhere. Just start over. Whole new life. Mississippi didn't have a straw, I would have hit the block so quick. No, it did, but it wasn't hitting on nothing. It just wasn't hitting on nothing. It was like one block and the police was hot as hell. So you wouldn't remember, this is a small town. They ain't got nothing to do. So it just wasn't hitting. It ain't like a major city block where, a lot of traffic. Baby, the fucking city shut down after 7 o'clock. Shit, child. Especially where the host row was. That professor couldn't start over though. He could start over. You can always start over. Start a new career. Go work in a factory. You can always start over. There is always a way to start over. You don't have to be a professor. You can be something else. You can do something else. There's always a way to start over. Thank you, Sky. This is a little matte, a little berry color. I'm a deep autumn kind of girl, so deep colors work. He could have put up an ad too. Yeah, honey, go into sex work, go into OnlyFans, baby. I would have been dressed up in a professor suit with my cock out, jacking on OnlyFans, baby. Let's start a new career, baby. You getting all this publicity about being a professor? Be the professor, baby. That's what Rachel Dolezal did. Yeah, you can always start over. Don't let nobody believe you. Don't let nobody believe that you can't start over. You can always start over. It's always something else you can do. And also, this is a whole other subject. It's not a whole other subject. It's related. Also, you should have more interest. Just as a person, you should have more than one interest. You should have more than one hobby. You should have more than one expertise. You should have more than you should have other things that you're interested in doing other than one thing. And I say it's about another subject too, because I hate when motherfuckers. There's this girl, I watched this video, and this girl said she was saying that she went to a dinner, or she went no, she was saying she went on a solo trip. You feel what I'm saying? She went on a solo trip, and her homegirl was like, "Ooh, that's sad." And she was like, "Why is it sad?" She was like, "That you had to go on this trip by yourself. You wouldn't you want a partner to go with you, like a?" And she was looking at her like, "Bitch, what? It's a solo trip to an amazing place." And I hate bitches like that. I hate bitches who think that the doing something with another motherfucker is the only way you can have value in that. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? Bitches who think like that is because they're boring, because they don't have any fucking interest, because they don't have anything. They're fucking male centered or female centered if you're a boy, or cis het. If everything you do gotta be with some fucking body, it's because you are a fucking loser. You don't have any interest, any hobbies. you can't enjoy your own company because you a fucking loser, because you're nobody. You're boring to me. I feel like there should be a time when you can do stuff on your own and you're interested in stuff on your own. It ain't got shit to do with somebody being with you. I want to go to see the pyramids of Giza in Egypt. And so I go. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I want to go to Niagara Falls. I've never been to Niagara Falls, but say somebody want to go. It don't have to be with somebody. It's because you want to do it, because you're interested in it. Like, you have to be more. You have to be more than just one thing. Your job. You have to be more than your job. And I feel like that's why, I don't know about nobody else, but that's why I don't feel lonely. It might be, bitch, because I got ADD. It might be that, but I don't ever feel lonely. I always got something to do. Do I miss my people sometimes if I want to do something with my people? Yes. And we'll go out to eat. We'll do this and do. But I don't be sitting in the house like, oh my God, I don't have nobody here. I be playing my video game. I'm trying to, reach a certain goal on my game, get a certain equipment, gold out my equipment, get a particular skill, beat a trial, or I'm fucking recording music. I'm trying to do this fire ass harmony. I'm trying to record this song. I'm trying to do a YouTube live and talk to my people on YouTube. I got clothes. I need to put on some clothes, so I need to put some outfits together. I got an event. My brain always got something to do that don't got to do with no fucking nigga. So I don't be sitting thinking about being lonely. And that may be how my brain works. But I don't just sit and think about, oh my God, I wish somebody was here. The only time that I have those feelings, there are some moments that I'll have those feelings of, oh, this will be romantic. And let me tell you when it happens. So when I'm on a solo trip, I am enjoying the trip thoroughly, fully loving it. But sometimes I will run into, during that trip, old couples. Like for my birthday, I went to Sydney, Australia and New Zealand, Australia. A part of the dream of that trip for my birthday is I wanted to go to the glowworm caves of New Zealand. Y'all can look that up. I showed them on another video. And so I wanted to go to the glowworm caves. That was the dream. When I have dreams in my brain about myself, I try to make them come true. Trans. Whether you agree with it or not, this is my dream come true in your face. I dreamed, honey, I'm a bee fish, and so I'm fish. Whether you agree or not. So my life is about creating my life that I want. And so, so usually my birthday is about creating a dream that I had. Remember, I went to Ireland the year before. My dream in Ireland was to go to an Irish pub, meet a black boy, take him to my room and fuck him for my birthday. Did I make that happen? Absolutely. That was the dream. I had a fetish from 2009 on YouTube. I saw this boy from Ireland. His name was Black Irish Boy. And I had never seen a Black Irishman with that accent. And he was fine as hell. And I said, ooh, I'm going to go to Irish and get me a black boy with an Irish accent. And so years later, when I had a little bit of coin, I made it happen. Went to Ireland for a whole week and a half, and honey, made it happen. So that's what I do. And so this time, my dream was to go to New Zealand and go to the glowworm caves. That was my dream. It didn't have anything to do with a man. It just was a dream of being at the glowworm cave. So while I'm there fulfilling my dream, am I enjoying my dream? Absolutely. Am I enjoying my trip? Absolutely. That's what the fuck I'm doing. I'm loving it. I'm not feeling lonely. I'm not feeling alone. But while I'm there, I meet this couple. They're from Indiana. So when we start talking and we realize that they're from Kokomo, Indiana, which is like a suburb of Indianapolis. And I was like, oh, I grew up in Indianapolis. And they was like, oh. So we have a little moment, her and her husband. And so they start talking about trips that they went on. And when a Black person is on a trip, especially a solo trip to someplace that's unusual, that's Black people don't really do, it kind of it's kind of a mind fuck to the white people on the trip. They be like, I don't usually see niggas. There's niggas afoot. What's going on? How did you get here? They get to asking you these microaggression questions. And so you have this moment. But in that moment, I'm having a moment with her too, because she's describing how she's partnered, how her husband, now that their kids are old and got their own lives, they're grown, older, grown, empty nesters, and they just travel and do amazing stuff with each other. Seeing her in that position in my brain, I was like, oh, that would be nice to be able to travel with a partner and da 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 da. So in that moment, I'm thinking about like, oh, that would be nice. I'm not lonely. I'm not lonely, but seeing somebody living that made me consider it. Like, make me be like, oh, it would be nice to experience this with a partner. But that's the only time that thought comes up in my mind, when I see other people doing it. Like, oh, that would be nice to have shared this moment with a partner. Did it make my experience better? No. Would it make my experience better? No. I'm enjoying the fuck out of this. I'm getting my fucking life. There was only one place, that I feel like would have been better with a man. Because I find, if I'm to be honest, I find solo trips more sickening because you don't have to consider anybody's timeline. You don't have to consider anybody's feelings. You don't have to consider anybody's timeline. You don't have to consider anybody's mood but your own. And you can change your mind anytime you want. If you made plans to do something on Wednesday morning and you don't feel it and you want to stay in the bed, you can do that. But when you with people and y'all on a solo trip and got limited amount of time, they might want to do it. They might be hyped up about it. So you got to get up and get ready and do shit with them. You don't have to, but I feel bad when we make all these plans. You don't have to consider nobody coin. Yes, you don't have to consider nobody coin, because somebody might have more money than you or less money than you. So you got to be like, ooh, I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to do this. Now, mind you, I'm not going on no trip with nobody that be broke. So no, that's something that I don't do. So you got to be able to, you got to have a cushion of coin to go on a trip with me. Where, honey, if we change our mind about, if there's an excursion that we want, bitch, we can go half on the excursion. If it's something like, you need to be able to, be flexible with your coins. You can't be like, I'm going on a trip and I don't have any money. No, you stay at home, baby. Stay on home, but save up to we're going on a trip next year. But I'm never the one place that I felt like, oh my God, this would have been better with a person is the Maldives. And it might have been, and I was with somebody. So I wasn't alone at that time. I was with I went with a person. But when I go there, everything was everything was at this hotel we were at. Everything was set up for romance. It was not set up for solo traveler person. You are stuck on a absolutely gorgeous, beautiful island. And it is so you can't. It's not like you can go to the city and explore. You're on a deserted island, so it's not like you can go somewhere. And so, but they got a little island another little island that you can catch a boat to, that is set up for like dinner. It's everything is so romantic and set up to be romantic that it constantly reminds you that this will be good for somebody else, with somebody else. So yeah, that was the only place that I felt like it would have been better with a man. No other scenario. That was the only place. Hey Turner. You can have your identity wrapped up in any single thing or any single person. You can't. I think that's what you meant, Christian. Yes, I don't think you should have your identity wrapped up in one thing. You should have more shit going on. So if this shit fails, you can go to something else. If this shit get boring, you can do something else. I love your makeup. Thank you. It's just a lip. It's just a little. Let me see if I can find the lip for y'all. It's some little cheap little lip. Nothing crazy. It's called. It's called. It's. I think this is a little hood brand that I got from the beauty. The hood beauty supply shop. Perfect tone matte. 5404. I don't even know the brand. Perfect tone, is that the brand? Perfect tone, yeah. Perfect tone. And then there's a little I don't even have on no foundation or nothing. It just I got a little liquid. Let me go find that too, because I do love this one. Hey Didi, how are you? I do have this little just a little liquid it's a Rare Beauty. I love their liquid blushes. This is the color is Spirited. Rare Beauty. Yeah, so this is all I got on. I don't even have no foundation. I ain't got nothing else. Nothing else. Just a little. This is strong as shit. So if you wear this, you only need a little bit. Um, so this and this, put little bits on the cheeks and make you look like you're alive. Thank y'all. I like matte lipstick when I am talking a lot on here. I like matte lipsticks when I'm going out. Like if I know I'm going out. I don't be like in the field. I do feel dry as hell. But you can touch them and they won't go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You can drink and it will, long as you don't drink nothing with oil in it. But you can drink, it's not gonna transfer on the cup. I like matte for that reason, the utility of them. Um, but yeah, I feel like you gotta have, and so when somebody says something along the lines of, "Ooh, that's so sad. Why you like when people don't go to the movies by themselves, when people don't go out to eat by themselves?" I'm like, what? And not if you are like a homebody, like you. I stay home because I like home. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who won't go do stuff that they want to do unless they have to be with somebody. I think that that's fucking weird. If there's a restaurant I want to try out, I'm going to it. If there's a movie that I want to see, I'm going to it. That's just who I am. I don't need somebody to be with me in every fucking thing. I think that's fucking weird. And so why I say that is it's nothing. If you hear a message, if you hear a news story that Diamond Stylz killed herself, it is a lie. It is a lie. I would pick up, and if my life got so bad, I would pick up and start a new life. I've done it before. I would pick up and start a new life. I would just pick up and go try to figure out how I can make it work somewhere else in some other way. I would never be it could never get so bad to where I feel like taking my life would be the only option. It just never. No. I'm gonna ride this thing out. I'm gonna try to make it work somewhere else. I just can't see it. That's not my ministry. So it's sad that he only got to live to 41, Mr. Jason Arday. Then he got to live to 41, and he let this situation, whether he was scamming or if he was not, he let this situation be the end of his life. That's like, girl. It's so many. It's just so many other things, girl. So many other things to do. So our favorite murderer, Luigi Mangione, is that how you say it? Was he young or old? He was 41. He was the youngest professor, I think, that was at that school. I can't believe he killed himself. Yeah, so I can't either. Anyway, so Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty for offing the insurance CEO. He was looking good in his new pictures. He was looking sexy and good. I hate that he pledged guilty, but I mean, what else would he's gonna do? Plead guilty. He put in his lawyers and shit put in an order for them to dismiss the charges of his New York murder case, because you know what happened in New York State. But because he pled guilty he did a plea for the federal charges, he gets to dismiss the ones in New York because that's like some kind of double jeopardy thing triggers. And so you can't be charged for the same thing once you plead to the federal. Mangione, thank you, Mangione. Right, a motion to dismiss the state case. Yeah, so dismissing that, and he's gonna plead guilty. I hate that he gonna get wore out, but Are you looking forward to a different world reboot? And have you heard the new song from Brandy? Yes, I don't like the Brandy version. I don't like it. But I'm also I'm not a super different world fan. Like I like certain episodes. I remember sitting watching it, but I'm not a super different world fan either. So I didn't really get bit by the different world bug. Of course, it's classic TV, black TV. So I know it. I know of certain episodes. I know characters. I know, you get what I'm saying? I know I've watched it enough for me to know what is going on, but I don't have the same feelings for a different world like I have for Living Single or Cosby Show or yeah, different world wasn't wasn't just one of my favorite. I like certain things. S- Butchered again, but that's besides the point. Free him. How do you say it? It says Mangione. Mangione. Is that how you say it? I'm not Italian, bitch. I don't give a fuck about pronouncing their names right. Fuck them. They be racist anyway. Fuck them hoes. But I don't know how to pronounce that shit. How you say it? Mangione. So I said it right the first time. Mangione. That's how I said it the first time. I said Mangione the first time. You corrected me like I was wrong. Because the way you spelled it was, what did you say? Wait, let me scroll up. Pronounce Mangione. Yeah, that's not how I said it the first time. I said it the way Gigi said, Mangione. I like the later seasons with Jada Pinkett and them. See, I think I like the earlier seasons when it felt like I like the Lisa Bonet early with Freddie and when you first get Whitley, when Whitley and Dwayne wasn't together before they became a couple. I like their reading at first. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I liked it during that time, the early days first. Um, but I did like once they got together and she was being jealous of that one girl and I don't know. It's a couple of things that I like. I love, the weddings, the classic wedding scene. So it was certain things that I remember and loved and da da da. But it just wasn't my favorite. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Do I feel like I don't know. I don't. I mean, sometimes I'm trying to think of is there how do y'all feel about murder? Do y'all feel about murder the same way the same way you feel about pedophilia? Because pedophilia is always a cut their head off. I want them to be dead. Like if you molesting kids, I want you to be dead. But sometimes murder be justifiable sometimes to me. Like sometimes you gotta take a motherfucker up out of here. I be thinking, I be feeling like sometimes you gotta take them. I ain't mad. It may be against the law, but I ain't mad that you did it because sometimes motherfuckers is playing in your face. And it ain't always about self-defense. Sometimes, like, for example, it is certain things that if I go the route of justice and motherfuckers get off, like, we know you killed my child or we know you did something. Like, there's an incident where this white boy choked this girl so bad while he was sexually assaulting her that she had to get a brace on her neck, and he got off basically. And his parents is trying to get his and it was two girls. It wasn't he just do it to one person. He did it to another girl too. And he got charged with it, and they let him off so light. And his parents are trying to get his record expunged. So this wasn't some gray area rape. This was a violent rape. And in that scenario, if I was her parents, like if I was the girl's parents, if the law failed me in that way to get justice and this nigga is roaming free, like that Brock Turner dude, like this dude, especially behind my kids. No, not the affluenza case. The affluenza case was when he was killed somebody in a car. He was drunk and driving reckless. There's a recent dude that got executed today by lethal injection. He raped and killed a 5-year-old after buying her from her mother. Her mother sold her daughter for money and drugs, from what I'm to understand. First of all, she should be in the lethal injection chair for 2. But she got 20 years, but he got the death penalty because he did do the killing. And so in that scenario, I feel like, why are we taking so long and using taxpayer money on a motherfucker? Once they get sentenced, wear them out. Take them on out to the back and shoot them. Stop prolonging this fucking bullshit. Once the facts is there, now I'm not talking about when no facts is there, but when the facts is there, this motherfucker did it, the proof is there, take them on out of there. Why we waiting and paying shit out? Yes, take them on out to the back and take them on out. They don't want to kill free slavery. Yeah, but they locking people up for fucking drugs. Honey, they done here in Texas recently, July the 31st, you can't even have Delta 8. They're giving you, for like less than a gram, they're charging you less than a gram. They went back to 90s level drug charges on weed and marijuana here in Texas. They just switched the law. Even fake weed, fake THC. Anyway, I don't know if I'm not gonna be mad. Like that woman that shot that man when she found out that he was molested. She owned a daycare and her husband was molesting the kids at her daycare, and she found out about it and she shot her husband. Like, no, I don't think those people should go to jail. I know it's wrong, but nah. Go ahead and be like, go on and let them out. But I think she about to get out. I think she just got a little bit of time though. But I think she about to get out. Yeah, it's wild. It's crazy. But then there's also situations, excuse me. This light is wearing my nose out. It's also situations where I'm like the white girl that killed her black husband, her black boyfriend or husband. Was they married? I don't remember. But she been in jail and she only got a certain amount of time and she about to get out in like a year. But her husband was on the internet talking about, she was a white girl and he was black, and he was on the internet talking about how he would never date a black girl and how masculine and aggressive and ghetto they are. And then your white girlfriend shoots you to death. Your sweet, docile, blonde-haired white girl shoots you to death. You in the grave. Your sweet blonde-haired Chase, gorgeous, so nice and proper, and sweet, heavenly white girl, the soft and feminine, put you 6 feet under. That is funny. That is funny. That is funny to me. Life got jokes. You can't make this shit up. Jokes. That is ghetto. Yes. Chase should have took you out because she wasn't Chase. She was the OnlyFans girl. That is what's even more of the gag. She was the OnlyFans girl. You out here wifing up murderous Mabel. She was beating on him through the whole relationship. But you had so much to say about black women. The fuck? And she about to get out. She about to get out and go and be still do OnlyFans. She about to get, but her OnlyFans probably been turned up. She about to go back and be with a white man, one of them red pill niggas. Maybe, because you know they think down on them when they've been with a black boy. That take their stock down. But niggas don't care. They lonely out here. And you in the grave with your tweets, your negative tweets about black women. That's your legacy in the world. That you was talking shit about black women and got killed by a white girl. That's your legacy. That's literally when your name is Googled, what's going to pop up. When somebody Google your name, that's your legacy in the world. Your shady ass coon tweets and your death by white hands. Oh. And I wanted to hit on this just a little bit, not a lot. Let's see if this, did I save it? I put in the comments. Let me read what my comment said. My comment was, white women don't get enough heat for their history of depravity. This case right here, can y'all see this? Let me get the what you call it. Florida woman arrested after using Roblox to instruct a 10-year-old boy to drop a baby to his death and slit people's throats. First of all, if you are a parent, why are your children on Roblox? There are people on there there is a there is too many stories on Roblox where pedophiles are going on there, crazy white chicks like this. Look at her face. Isn't that crazy? They don't get enough heat for their depravity. I got a new book that I'm reading. Well, not reading, I'm listening to because it's Audible. Um, it is called, let me go to it. It is called Searching for Jane Crow. Searching for Jane Crow. I'm in chapter 1 right now. And even the first chapters is wearing you out. So it's Searching for Jane Crow. If you don't have Audible, I have a link if you want to support me. There's a link in the description box if you want a discount for Audible. Anyway, Searching for Jane Crow, it is so many white women do not get enough heat for their fucking depravity. There are so many stories we hear about the white men who rape the women, the rape the slave. We know they're the owner. We know they are, you get what I'm saying? We know how patriarchy positioned them to be the head, and so we know how depraved white men are. But there are so many cases where white women was abusing the children of slaves, like the kids of the slaves. So we think about adult slaves, but we're talking about the babies, the kids breaking their. You saw the lady in the IC unit breaking the black baby's bones. But anyway, that's what I'm talking about. We don't talk enough about the history and depravity because of how white femininity, not white femininity is put on this pedestal as soft, feminine, chaste, is put on this pedestal so they get to hide behind that. But they have some horrible history in documented their abuse. And I remember there's a book called by Margaret Walker Alexander called Jubilee. And there's a scene in the book where I think I own it. I think I own Jubilee. I'm looking at my books. Do I have Jubilee? I think I do. 1 second. Hold on. Jubilee. Yes, I do. Here we go. I think I own Jubilee. Yes. Sometimes I had to look on the bookshelf. Sometimes I don't remember all the books that I have. Yeah, so this is Jubilee by Margaret Walker Alexander. So I actually read this one. It has, all the, this is, she died before audio books and shit came out. But so I actually had to read this one. And I did a paper on this in college because if you don't know, Margaret Walker has her own library. This is how old this book is. Margaret Walker Alexander Library on Robinson Road in Jackson, Mississippi. I had this book since I was in college. And Margaret Walker lived there. And this is the Jackson Hines Library. So this is how long I have had this book. So I want y'all to imagine from 19 until now how I have held on to this book. I had borrowed it from the library and did not return it. But this book was so good to me. It was so good. But anyway, I'm going down memory lane. But this is Margaret Walker. This is her story of her grandmother named Veery. And she's telling a story about, this is her lineage, one of her grandmother's stories. And so Veery, when she was young, she was white passing. But if you put the scarf on her like this, you couldn't tell that she was black. But when you take the scarf on, you can see her hair. She had the curly, wavy hair. And so she was looking very like white passing Journey Smollett. That's the way it described. That's what my brain thinks of her. And what gagged the mistress, the white woman of the owner, the woman of the house, his wife, what gagged the mistress is that because her husband is the father of this mixed baby, the baby looks exactly like her daddy, and her white daughter looks like her daddy. So when you put them together, people could see that they sisters because they look exactly alike. This one just black and this one just white. And then only way you can tell Veery hair that she not white is if her hair is out. And so she knew that he was sneaking in the slave quarters. She knew that he was sneaking in the slave quarters. And the way he talked about Veery's mother was the reason why he liked her is because she was so regal. And he would never sell her mother because that was his favorite slave. So, you know what I'm saying? They had a baby, Veery. So once Veery got to like 7, 8, they were gonna make her a house nigga. She was she was in the fields too, but once she got older and she was light skinned and you know how house nigga works, they put her in the house. But what that did was expose her to the hate of the mistress of the house. So the dark skinned house mother, who was the house mother before. So what they were doing was there's a dark skinned house mother there. They needed her to train Veery to be the once she get too old and die. They needed somebody who was going to take her place. And so she was training Veery to cook right, to do all the hospitality things. She was doing all that kind of stuff. But what it did was it exposed Veery to, oh, I know you are the child of my husband. I know that you are the child between him and his favorite slave. I remember 12 Years a Slave when Paula, what's her name? Sarah Paulson's character was beaten on Lupita Nyong'o's character because, honey, that was his favorite slave and he didn't want to sell her. It was very that tea. And so she would hang her up in the closet, like by her arms, and whoop her, wear her out. And that was a part of the story, how that hate, the evilness of white women, it was one of the, when I was in book form, what I remember is that how it's like, you don't hear about the depravity of white women to the extent that you hear it about white men. We tell each other how white men do what they do. But these white bitches was out here under the cover of white femininity, under that cover, and being their stories being protected. Even the book called She Were There, We Were Her Property Too, or we were some, I can't remember. We were her property. something, I can't remember. It's basically the history of white women in slavery. One part of the book, they explain that it was not proper etiquette for a woman to be at the slave auction, so at the slave blocks, and it wasn't proper, it wasn't ladylike to be all dressed up in your bustles and your corsets and your finery as a woman, to be down there with these slaves all oiled up. They used to put Vaseline and oil on their lips so they can look more healthy. They're naked and or kind of naked. It just wasn't ladylike for a woman of stature to be at that type of stuff. It's almost like going, remember, we were like cattle. It was like going to like a state fair or a farmhouse like we have now, where they're selling hogs and pigs and cows and horses and da da da. It was similar to that. And so that's not a refined place to be for a woman of stature. So they wouldn't go down to the place. They would send somebody, either a male family member, because they owned the slaves. The white women owned slaves too. They would inherit it from their fathers. They would inherit it from, you know what I'm saying, from their people. And so if the man didn't have any sons, it would pass down to the daughters. One of the famous slaves that we know, Sally Hemings, she was Thomas Jefferson's wife's slave from her father. So it wasn't you know what I'm saying, that she inherited. And it's all, and it was all kinds of laws and court shit to protect, that fathers would do to protect their daughters' investments, their daughters, because niggas would come in and, you know, because of how patriarchy works and how the system was set up, they could come in and marry somebody just for their money and take all of their shit because they the husband. So fathers who had daughters started to make laws to protect their daughters. How, and you know, wills and shit like, this can't be slave. This can't be these slaves can't be sold at all, even in marriage or some kind of shit. They would make these kind of workarounds to where their daughter's shit couldn't get taken away. So these white men is like, oh, ain't no vagabond about to come in and put some dick down on my daughter and confuse her and lose all the shit that I work for. I need to protect my investment, and I ain't got no sons to pass it down to, so I need to make sure that my daughters are protected. So, so when these women would own these slaves on their own and they're unmarried, they would send one of their workers to these shops, these auctions, the auction blocks, and to see slaves. They would not go down there themselves. So when you look at the ledgers, of who was registering slaves and who was buying slaves, it looks like it's only white men, and that's not fucking true. White women too. White women was putting bounties on slaves' heads so catchers can go find them and bring them back to them. It wasn't just men. And when they had so much money, just like now, just like there's so many women who had so much money that they didn't need a fucking man. So they would stay, they wouldn't want somebody to come in and take care of and all that kind of shit. They would be, you know, on their fucking, not at the time, we wouldn't call it this, but this was the ramification of feminism. I got enough power where I can be out here on my own doing my own motherfucking thing. I got enough power in my money from my daddy that I really don't need no nigga to come in and try to control it. So I'm going to stay a widow by choice. I'm going to stay a spinster by choice. Because I don't want no, I got enough power and privilege that I don't need a motherfucker to come in and fuck up shit that I got going on. So I might need a catcher to go catch a slave that done ran away. Because I'm abusive. And they're hiding behind the I don't know what the word is, the etiquette of the day. There's another word that's slipping my mind. But whatever the customs of the day, there's customs that I'm hiding behind as a woman. So yes, in the ledgers, it looks like it's only white men, but sometimes it's white men that work for me. They're not the owner. If I'm a white, you know what I'm saying? I'm a white woman. They're not the owner. I'm the owner. I'm the one who's running the show. But history will make it seem like it was only the white men. And not saying that they weren't dominant, but white women was in the slave trade too. That's my point. And we don't give them enough heat for their depravity, for some of the stories about them, some of the slave narratives about them specifically, of how egregious and disgusting and depraved they are. They were horrible too. I won't say just as bad. I mean, I wouldn't say more, but just as bad. And they had the cloak of white femininity to make it seem like, oh no, it couldn't have been them. It would, no, they're too much of a lady. No, they were trash too. If you're listening, make sure you thumbs up. It's 40 people in here. So if you haven't, even those 2 white lesbians that killed all of their black adoptive children, isn't that fucking crazy? Crazy. Like the lady from Coven that Kathy Blake played. Yes, like her. Like the one that was based on. I'm still gagged that he killed himself. Like, what the fuck? Jubilee is brilliant. Yes, I love it. But they could be the lynchings, child. They could be at the lynchings. Yes, they could be at the lynchings smiling with their children. Sending postcards of lynchings. Crazy. I went down a rabbit hole. Let me see if I can find his name. Okay, Google. What's the name of the country artist that wrote a song about a lynching? Is it Woody Guthrie?
You are likely thinking of folk and country artist Woody Guthrie.
Yes.
He wrote songs addressing lynchings, including Don't Kill My Baby and My Son and High Balladry.
So I went down a rabbit hole about him, and it led me to this song that song and pictures. Like, they literally had pictures of the lynching that he was at as a young boy, because his father was a part of the Ku Klux Klan. And they had pictures of these two, a mother and a son, hanging from a bridge. And on the bridge, on the picture, the white man was lined up on the fucking bridge, and he has a song about how he was there. Shit was crazy. Like, I was just sitting there, like, just thinking about, and then I was looking up, I looked up the location of the bridge, and I went on Google Maps, and, looked at the location to see what it looked like today and where that actual bridge was. And I think that bridge has been destroyed, but where it was, I always think about shit like that. Like where these lynches happen, where is it now? There was a place in I went to some place, was it Savannah? Was it Savannah? Savannah, Georgia. So there is a tree in Savannah, Georgia that people have been lynched on. That it was like the center of town, and the tree that they were lynched on is still there, and they have built something around it, like it's a street in between, like it's in between this a two-way street, and they have dedicated money to preserving that tree because of its historical value, but it's a lynching tree. Like people walk past it every day, like that doesn't have the history of the tree, and it's just sitting there in the middle of the street with decorations around it. Girl, it's just it's just certain things just in my brain. It's like, and y'all wonder why we tell y'all racism is a part of everything, and how it's just ingrained in every fucking thing in this fucking country. It gags me. Boys like proud hunters of exotic game. It's despicable. Yes, it's crazy. Yeah, it's. I remember, and just how it all plays out. How it all plays out, and then they want us to forget it, even though the ramifications is still there. Even in my city, if y'all don't know, our city in my hometown, Indianapolis, the districts are, I can't really explain it, but it's rooted in some racist ass, unfair, shady ass Republican shit. Our city is a part of what something that is doesn't happen in any other country, any other state. This is very unique to Indianapolis. We are a part of a Unigove. It's called a Unigove. I want y'all to look it up too. A Unigov is a name for a consolidated city and county government of Indianapolis and Marion County, Indiana. Enacted in 1970 by the Indiana General Assembly under the then mayor Richard Lugar. It merges most cities and county services, expanding city boundaries, and created a single unified tax base of city and county. So it's something about, y'all have to look up the history. It only happens there. It only happens there. This is the only place that is happening. Um, where it consolidates the whole county to where like almost like the votes don't matter. Like it's a bunch of shit. I can't really explain it, but it's some shady ass shit that y'all need to look up. And it's only there in the whole country. The Unigov is only happens there, and it's how they have been able to control um voter like restrictions and all kinds of voter shit. Um it literally has created a legal like political disparity because it dilutes exactly what we complain about the Voting Rights Act being good. Excuse me, I'm burping. Being gutted. We in Indianapolis have been dealing with that for since the 70s. Like what we were scared of in the sense of why the dilution of black power in Indianapolis, it has been like that since the 70s because of the Unigov. Y'all have to look up the history so y'all can understand it. Understand it. Because it basically dilutes the voting power of minorities by incorporating prominent white suburban population. So think about it. Y'all know how in most of y'all cities, most of our cities, the cities are most of the major cities we live in, the cities are blue and the rural areas are red, right? Y'all following me? Y'all following me so far? Y'all following me? What city y'all live in? Because usually if you live in a city, that's the case. Your city is blue and the outside surrounding areas are red because a lot of white folks live there, right? Right. So what they have done is they have consolidated in the city and the county. So all those red counties are included in your voting power. So it makes it seem like there's more white people than it actually is, even in your particular city. So where your mayor, like Zoran Mandani, he can do all these amazing things because you voted for him to do all these things. But if he had a Unigove, all these other counties would be included in your population, if that makes sense. So because you're incorporating these predominantly white suburban populations, and that leads to like a lasting socioeconomic divide, if that makes sense. So basically, like Kush is saying, they are stretched out to count the county borders. So it's not just your city that's being counted. So if you live in this city and they're including even these other counties, it can look like the white population is more powerful and more populated than it is in your particular city. Because if you remember, I've talked about this before, my city was black as fuck. My city was one of the cities that was, the percentage of black people was similar to those in the South. Because if you don't know, the South has the highest black population. That Bible Belt has the highest black population in the country. So we have in the South, we have higher numbers of black people. Mississippi go up to almost 40%. So in Indianapolis, we had a really high percentage of black people. But if you add the whole county, it makes us look like we are small. And that's how they were able to do these lasting scams when it comes to diluting our voting power. Which makes perfect sense because in Indianapolis, the outside of one of the cities that's outside of Indianapolis that's included in what I'm talking about is Greenwood, Indiana, which was the second coming of the KKK. The second. The first one started in Tennessee. The second uprising of KKK in the 1920s, yes, in the 1920s was in Greenwood, Indiana. And so it would make sense that they would want to expand because all these niggas is in Indianapolis trying to run it, trying to do what they trying to take over shit. But if we expand to a Unigove, where all these small racist ass towns, Noblesville, all these in Marion County, Zionsville, I think. Is it Noblesville or Zionsville? Are they in Marion County? I can't remember. Anyway, these small little racist ass towns. Anybody from there, we know these small little towns be racist as fuck. And if we expand the population to include them in the city, then it dilutes the black power that's there. It's basically like Detroit deciding for all Michigan, or Michigan's deciding for Detroit. I would flip that. Michigan deciding for Detroit. Because if it was Detroit, it would kind of be opposite because Detroit has a high black population. But adding Michigan as a state and making that decide for Detroit, even though it dilutes the black power vote. You get what I'm saying, Kush? So I would just flip Michigan with Detroit in the statement to make that true. So it's like the state who has more white people, if you count the whole state, making decisions for Detroit, who has less white people. So it dilutes the voting power of the minorities in that particular area because they're including the white population of the whole state instead of considering the smaller white population of the city. But yes, I don't know how I got there. I just wanted to teach y'all about that. I don't know how I got there, but yes. The last time Indiana voted Democrat was 2008. Before, it was almost 50 years that they voted Democrat. That's why they are a Republican state. That's why they are never a swing. They're never a swing. They're usually red. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm. But anyway, I wanted to talk about that. The depravity of the whiteys, the white women and shit like that. It's annoying me. Um, Let me go to. Have y'all watched it in the second? This is the second time she has been on OutLawz. Lavern Cox on um OutLawz podcast with Madison. Let me go to. I haven't watched it, but I have seen clips, so I am going to go to the clippity doodas. I haven't watched it fully. I just have seen clips. I really hadn't had time, but I'm going to watch it. But the clips that I saw looked like it was really good. First of all, she looked good. She looked really good. Not that she doesn't be looking good. She be fly. So I'm tired of her gloves, but is that her signature style, or is she covering up that her hands are dark and the bleaching is only working on the face and not the hands? But I'm a light skinned girl, so I can't really talk about that like that. But that's the truth. That's what I be thinking. I'm just saying what y'all be thinking out loud. Uh, no shade. Y'all don't be thinking that, or I'm alone. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. I know. I know I am not alone, child. Oh man, where is the fucking video? I thought that it was because she was older and the hands and necks are your first sign. Maybe you telling the truth. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm seeing a bunch. Okay. Where do I want to? I think it's this one.
Get it. But a lot of them are so angry about they can't get past the conversation of, oh God, this is gonna trend. Thinking that they're sharing men. I don't think it's just about men. I think it's majority about men. I think a lot of it's trauma. I think like a J.K. Rowling has taken her trauma of having been a survivor of sex abuse and made all men abusers and includes trans women. That it's delusional and it's crazy. It's insane. This woman is out of control. But there's also trauma attached as well. But then, but unless a trans woman abused you, this isn't about us. Right. We're not. We're not men. We're just not. And for the people who, can we say it loud? For those of you out there that are watching, we're trans women. Yes. We're not men. The people who abused you are men, and they have abused us too. Yes. Yes. We have more in common than differences. Yeah. We are not men. We might have been born male. Assigned male at birth. I stick to that because it's like, and people are questioning that. But it's an assignment because they're not testing for chromosomes and all that at birth. They look at external genitalia and assign you something that has absolutely nothing to do with the complexity of what makes men and women and non-binary people who they are. So a doctor assigns. Look at the camera and tell them that, Lavern. What did the doctor do? The doctor assigns gender at birth. Assigns. And yes, there is a difference between sex and gender. Yes. And stop using the phrase biological sex because you sound crazy. Stick with me. There's no such thing. We're talking about genetics. Biology just means live it, like life. By something that's biological is something that is alive. Biological sex is, you sound crazy. So do we do we stop saying biological women and just say women? I've always used this. Or going at large through such county without any visible means of.
Okay. So that's one. So, my thoughts about that. I'm annoyed by biological too. Biological is weird. Biological by definition just means that you're living, like you're a living organism. So we are all biological. I'm never gonna stop saying cis. So I've seen some people talk about cis as a slur. It is only a slur to transphobes. I am never going to stop saying cis. Cis is an adjective. Cis is an adjective that we did not. Cisgender is an adjective that we did not make up as trans people. We didn't make that up. That's a medical term, and so that's just what it is. And so, if you don't like me because I'm saying cis, then I'm just going to assume that you don't like me because you're a transphobe. So I'm somebody who I don't mind adjusting language when it's reasonable. I feel like I say fish way less often than I used to in my younger years. I say fish because that is I know people try to act like they don't know the history of fish, and the history of fish is misogynistic and derogatory. Yes. Does it mean different things in different context and has it evolved in certain kind of way and yes, absolutely. I know the history of it. I know the evolution. I understand that. But the bottom line history of it, why we call cisgender women fish as a slang, it is a slur. The fuck out of here. If you don't think that it is, you is whack and not being honest. And I don't trust you either. And so adjusting that language makes total sense. And so when somebody brought it to me, I accepted it and I said, okay, I'm going to try to adjust me using that language in certain contexts, in certain times, and try to use it less. Because it's been ingrained in my cultural zeitgeist as a queer person, it's gonna come up sometimes. And so it's practice, but I say it way less than I do when I was younger. So fish is in reference to vagina and the smell of vagina. That's why it's fish. And so it's rooted in misogyny. Now, over time, it has become fish, meaning that you look like a cisgender woman, like it's first, especially when we talk about it in regard to each other. In regards to each other, in regards to, there's meaning that it has evolved in, but the root of it was a misogynistic root. It was about the smell of vagina, one of the unclean bad ones. It did. It did. The beginning, not ours in our generation, but the beginning of it before our generation, it was a derogatory term. Fish was. Now, our generation, fish was positive. Fish was positive. Fish was something we called ourselves because for us to be rooted in passability. Fish look more feminine, female. Yes, it was in our generation. It was a thing about our femininity, and do we look the part? Do we look like fish? But looking like fish was talking about looking like cis. I thought the term came from jail prison culture. No, it came before them, before jail prison culture. But there is an overlap. We are a marginalized community that's going to have more percentage of population in prison culture. Do you think it's okay to say in communities like N-word in Black communities? Yes, I think it's okay to say I think anything is okay for you to say you can say whatever the fuck you want. A white person could say nigga if they want to say it, but just know that there's going to be some consequences. You can say what the fuck you want. You can say what you want. You have the power to say what you want. But there's going to be consequences. I can say fish. I can say it, but I'm choosing to say it less often because of its history. But yeah, I think cis is, I'm never going to not say that because that doesn't have a negative history. Y'all are people who are anti-cis are making it a thing. They're making it a because they're transphobe. They're making it a slur because they're anti-trans. I also think language evolves, and our Black queer language gets to evolve too. Absolutely, yes. I think me and Jay and Bree had a conversation about bitch recently on our on the podcast, and Jay was talking about how him and other and black women that he know find bitch to be disrespectful and da 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 da. And while we were telling him, while I understand in certain contexts it can be disrespectful, but you as a black woman, not right now, but at the time, you can't get me to believe that if you are in the culture of black women, when you were a black woman at the time, you can't get me to believe that you didn't hear black women using bitch um as a term of endearment with their friends. It's you can't get me to believe that you're in a community with black women and you haven't heard black women use bitch. Like bitch, girl, he came over and dicked me down. If you tell me that you haven't heard that, it's because you're not in community with black women. To me, unless you're in a community that is like bougie, like they don't cuss, like some kind of churchy ass community. But you are not gonna get me to believe that you didn't come across black women who uses bitch as a pejorative, as a not a pejorative, as a term of endearment. It's not always pejorative. It's not always negative. And we had a big falling out on that episode. Where we like, what are you talking about? Yeah, this was recent. I don't know how recent, but it was one of the recent episodes. And we were like, what? What are you talking about? Can I imagine a scenario where some butch queen is using bitch and you're offended by it? Sure. Some person is calling you a bitch and you don't know them. They're not your friend and they use bitch as a term of endearment and you offended. I could see that happening, sure. But to me, you being like an Oprah. If the context of the scenario is friendly and they're not being offensive and you get offended, it feels like when black people who don't say nigga get offended by being called a nigga. You have a right to be offended. If you're offended, we can't control that. But the context matters. Yeah, I think if you was just around churchy folks, I could see that. I could see you thinking that. I can see that. But Jay was making it seem like it gets to a point where you can't make that excuse. When you was growing up, I could believe it, but you can't tell me that you ain't been in a lesbian situation, especially if you got in once you got into lesbian culture and out of church culture. that you didn't hear cool ass black girls saying bitch like it was like a term of endearment. You're not about to get me to believe that. Yeah, that language works. Also, in regards to that conversation, if you think cis women hate trans women just on the basis of men, I think that's because you center men too much. There's other reasons why cis women can be against trans women. Whether they legitimate and fair reasons, no, but I don't think it's just men. I don't think it's just men at all. I don't even think men is the main reason. Because I know some lesbians who don't date men at all, who are TERFs, who don't like trans women. Now, if you want to say patriarchy, sure, but men in general, no. I definitely don't think it's just men at all. I don't think it's men in regards to that. I'm trying. If I was to narrow it, it is only patriarchy. Isn't Jay older than you and Bree? No, I'm the oldest. Bree, we all in the same age. We all millennials. We all in the same age bracket, late 30s, early 40s. Well, I'm in mid 40s now. But I'm the oldest. No, Jay ain't the oldest. Jay is in the middle of us. Bree is like 39, 38, 39. And Jay is like 42, 43, somewhere around there. And I'm 45. I'm trying to think of what reasons. I don't know. I think I don't know. Collectively, I would just say it's patriarchal shit. Let me read this statement from somebody. I thought that this was a shitty take, but it's an insightful take. Okay. All right, let's read it. This is a cis woman. What do you feel about the word broad? I think any word can be in the context can be used like female, broad, bitch, even woman, and used in the right context can be misogynistic. Like I remember, I think there's a scene in What's Love Got to Do With where Ike said, "You heard what I said, woman," where the way he said woman is to put you in your place. You are a woman, I am a man. So even though the word woman is generally used, there's a way that a nigga can say it and it's meant to be degrading to you. Woman, go sit down. You talking to, shut your mouth up, woman. Where woman generally is a normal word, but the way they use it is misogynistic. Or broad is one of them. I think broad, I think female, I think any word can be, those type of words can be degrading. Like you can make it, it just depends on the context. So this is a cisgender woman, and she commented in one of the videos, and she says, her name is Niner. It's absolutely not about sharing men. And yes, it's about trauma, collective thousands of years of abuse, murder, legalized rapes, being treated like second-class citizens to this day, despite being the majority population. And here comes another subset of men, talking about trans women, another subset of men looking to erase us by becoming us, force us to use disrespectful language to describe ourselves like breeders, chest feeders, bleeders. Women not only give birth to everyone, they built your body with their body. That is why I will always stand with women who protect women without hate towards anyone, but with absolute resolve not to let anyone encroach upon women's spaces. Your intentions are of no consequence. So, this is my thing. Some people are so traumatized by the world that they're never going to see you how you want to be seen. There's some people who, no matter what, no matter the science, no matter the sociology, no matter what kind of justifiable reasons you want to give, you are going to be a man to them, baby. Just because you were born with a penis. And so you got to ask yourself, what do you do? It's like racist. There are going to be people who, no matter what, you going to be a nigga. You're going to be an inferior African. You're going to be inferior to them. That is how they was raised. That is how they were. That is what they believe to the core of their being. You are inferior to them because of your race. I watched a video recently of this nurse, this doctor. No, he's not a nurse. I'm sorry. He's a doctor. And he comes in to this old white woman's room in the hospital, and he's her doctor. And she says something along the lines of, let me see if I can find it. Along the lines of, I'm so proud that coloreds are doing this kind of work. I'm so proud the colors are doing this kind of work. Y'all have really advanced. Let's see if I can find it. It may be too deep in my history. But yeah, she was basically just saying, girl, I'm so proud of y'all for coming up. But we didn't allow y'all to do this when I was growing up. Now y'all just out here flourishing. You people. You know? And there you can't change people like that. You can't change people like that. And there's no, I don't sit and talk to them. Like, I don't sit in conversation with people that think like that. Like, if you, soon as it comes out of your mouth, or soon as you indicate that you don't see me, I don't have conversation with you. That's not my place. That's not my place. And so also, I think that there is a conflation. So she says, y'all are forcing us to use disrespectful language to describe ourselves like breeders, chest feeders, and bleeders. There's two things that I have a problem with that statement. Nobody is forcing you to use any kind of language. You're not forced to use, nobody is asking you to say cis women. Nobody is asking you not to say women. Nobody is asking you to say chest feeders. Nobody is asking you to say any of that stuff. Nobody is forcing you to do anything. You can say whatever the hell you want. Who is y'all? Exactly. And this is my own personal experience. I know that there's other different type of trans women and trans men, but those words, breeders, chest feeders, bleeders, I've never heard anybody say bleeder that was not meant to be derogatory. Never. Now, chest feeder, let's unpack that one. Chest feeder, the reason why people want you to say that is to respect trans men, but y'all only hate trans women. So y'all don't realize that chest feeder is to be inclusive to trans men. It ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't give a fuck about you feeding your babies. We don't be talking about that shit. That be trans men. And it rarely be them too. But that shit is for trans men who want to be included because they be having babies and shit. It don't be us. It's like that situation with the Tampax box and how they changed it and to be more inclusive to trans men, and y'all thought that it was about us. And it had, I don't give a fuck what the fuck on a Tampax box. Don't give a fuck about that shit. That should be, man, that should be so crazy to me. Like, it is certain things that I be like, you think I give a fuck about, and I don't. I don't give a fuck about your period, girl. If God could make me a woman, go back in 1981 and make me a cisgender woman, I would be like, what's that meme with Countess Vaughn when she was like just a little bit? I'd be like, ooh, can you make me the woman that don't have no period? Whatever it is, I will never ever wanted a period. I never sat and dreamed, oh, I wish I could bleed once a month and have disability and disabling cramps. Oh, I wish I had a uterus so it can be filled with fibroids and all these things that the medical profession don't give a fuck that affects Black women disproportionately. Oh my God, I want that so bad. Oh my God, I just wish. Why wasn't I born with that? Bitch, I ain't never said that shit. Ain't never dreamed, ain't never wanted, ain't never fantasized about that shit at all. Ever. I promise you, when you try to make it seem like it's a flex, it is not. I don't care. You don't have a period. No, I don't, bitch. Don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want it. That ain't never gonna be no flex. That ain't never gonna be no flex, baby. Ever. And it's not about shaming it. I don't care about it. I don't care about it. You don't have a period? No, I don't. Okay. I'm never gonna be a motherfucker that's jealous of that shit. This may be controversial. This may be controversial. But I'm gonna say it. Socially, this was a step down. And if I was smart, if I was not convicted by me being myself, I would have just been a man. If I didn't have conviction about me being myself, I would have just been a man. I would have just been a man and got all the spoils of patriarchy, bitch. You think I just said I want one of the hardest, I want to be one of the hardest lives in this fucking world? Just to pretend that I want to be you and be jealous of your period? Why would I do that? If there wasn't an honest conviction, why would I do that? I could just be a man. I don't think I would have been an ugly man. I felt like I would have been a attractive man. I would have been running around here having all the bitches and being a fuck nigga, whatever the dudes do. I could have been doing all of that. Tearing the Butch Queen down. And even, let's say, not the tearing the Butch Queen down, if I was going to be a gay man, but say that even gayness is wrong and I wanted to be, and I had the choice to be a straight man. There are privileges that comes with that. Why would I choose to be what Malcolm X calls the most disrespected person in America, a black woman? Why would I choose that if there wasn't some kind of honest conviction within me? Why would I choose that? Why would I choose that? Would you have chose it? If you could go back to your birth, would you have chose it? I'm a black trans woman because I love being a black trans woman. That's what I am. I don't look at cis women as they're I just don't see, I just have never been in a situation where I looked at cis women like the prize in that sense, like the prize, like I would be lying if I didn't look at cis women and say, oh my God, I like her beauty. But I think of it the same way like another cis woman would look. Like you see a cis woman and you think she's beautiful and you like, oh, I don't want to take her place, but I wish I would love to have that level of beauty. I've never been in a situation where I want to take the place of a cis woman, where I'm thinking, oh, we're going to come up and take over cis womanhood, and we're going to be the women of the world, and we're going to take over. What? We are 0.5% of the population. Why the fuck would you think we trying to take over? That is weird. That is weird and stupid. How the fuck we gonna take over anything? We can't even recreate ourselves like you can. You have the power of birthing people. There ain't no way if I'm a cis woman, I'm gonna be thinking something that is an imitation of me can take over shit. Bitch, you an imitation of me. Which brings me to the title of this episode. What kind of cis woman would you be? Fold it right on in. Because ain't no way if I was a cis woman and I see trans people, and I think that this is an imitation of me, that I am going to be fucking threatened enough to be emotional. I seen this bitch crying about trans people the other day. Ain't no way you tranny bitches gonna ever have me sitting up on camera crying. I got the pussy. I got the ovaries. I got the stuff. I'm not even going to be thinking about you. The stuff that I claim is the amazing stuff. I got it. So why I got to be worried about the bitch that don't got it? There's no way if I was a cis girl that I would be obsessed with trans women. I'm sorry. It might be the transphobe in me, but I would be like, okay. I wouldn't even be thinking about y'all bitches like that. Like, I feel like the type of woman that I would be dusting you bitches down. Like, I feel like if I was a cis woman, you could not get me to sit in a conversation to talk about some trans person or a drag queen or a man dressed like a woman, or you couldn't get me to sit and put myself in the mindset that I'm in competition with them. I wouldn't even consider it. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't even register trans women on my radar. No shade. If I was his, you know how I know this is what I would be. Cis women here, the way cis women be worried about trans women, you would think that they were everywhere, like they the majority of the population. It is so insane that I'm like, y'all don't even be knowing trans women like that. How we taking over? I remember being in college, and let me tell you something. I don't care what setting I was in. The bad bitch in the setting never gave me problems. The bad bitch in the setting never gave me issues. The prettiest bitch, the bitch with the baddest body, the bitch with it all together, never once. There was this chick name that I went to school with named Elaine. When I tell you, it was like I didn't exist to Elaine. Does that make sense? When I tell you Elaine it was almost like I didn't exist to her. Like she would say, hey, she would speak like normal, but there was never a moment where Elaine was doing anything shady to me. It was like I didn't exist Why would I be worried about this person that y'all saying is a man or a boy and dressed like a girl and imitating women? I'm a woman. Why would I be threatened by something that y'all are saying is imitating me? I'm too busy worried about the attention that I'm getting because I got this badass body, this pretty ass face. I'm tipping around trying to hustle these motherfucking niggas. And that's what I'm doing. And that's all I seen Elaine do. That's all I seen her do. When we would be at the club together, Elaine was getting coins. Elaine was getting niggas to buy her and her girlfriend's drinks. Elaine was getting in the club for free. Elaine, she was doing what I would be doing if I was a cis woman. I'm trying to rob these niggas or get these niggas to spend. I'm in even what the men consider my prime. Late teens, early 20s. I'm in my prime and I done been taught well by the women around me to milk these niggas. And that's what she was doing. I ain't got time to think about no tranny. I ain't got no time to think about no tranny. Whether she jealous of my period or not. Whether she want to have a baby or not. I'm not thinking about that. I'm not even thinking about that shit. And you know how I know she wasn't thinking about it? When people tried to bait her into those conversations, she would look like, why are we even talking about this? I literally saw it with my own eyes. She wouldn't get into the conversation. Girl, what? What? Girl, why are we having this conversation? I want to talk about me. I want to talk about the boys and the what? It just wasn't. It just wasn't an issue. It wasn't an issue. The bitches who was always evil, it was always the bitches who thought that I thought was the scum of the earth. Who you don't even want to be you. Ma'am, you don't even want to be you. You don't like your body. You don't like your face. You don't like that you're living in poverty. You don't even respect your own body. You don't even respect your own body. You out here with 50, 11 baby daddies. And I'm not on no respectability politics shit, but I'm trying to point out all the things that you are not, all the things that you are that I would not want to be. All the things that you are that I would not want to be. There are so many things that you are that if I wanted to be you, only thing you got on me is a pussy because I'm pretty. My body is sickening. And I know at the time I'm in school doing my thing too. And I'm not saying the pussy is not good, but I don't fetish pussy. And so while somebody else, because I'm queer, I like dick. So somebody else might look at pussy and say, ooh, I find it kind of repulsive. I'm not saying that it's not great. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that I know niggas worship it. I'm just not one. And so the value that you have in it, I don't have in it. Not saying it's bad. It can be amazing. I know some motherfuckers that love it, kill for it, die about it. I know That's not undermining it. I know that it's amazing to somebody. But to me, because we're talking about whether or not I want to be you, you have nothing I value that I haven't been able to acquire for myself. That's just keeping it gutter. That's just keeping it real. You have nothing that I value that I haven't been able to acquire to myself. If I wanted to go and pay for a man-made pussy that the sex changers are saying are so amazing, I can afford to go get it right now. Top of the line. I can go get it right now. So if I wanted it, I could go get it. And here I am, 45, and I've been able to afford to get it for decades now. So if I wanted it and I was jealous of it, I could have went and got it. And what I have is good too. Ha! Shantata labo shaka. Different, but is it good too? Yes. Ask these niggas about it. I ain't saying that yours is not good. Yes. Not saying, I would never say that. I know motherfuckers will die about it. Love it. I know. So I don't want this to be a competition, but what I'm explaining is that what I got has gotten me through, and niggas love it. What I have been able to accomplish with me is what I wanted to accomplish. I would never say that I am not influenced by cis women. I will never say that there aren't cis women who I admire and love, and they might influence a shoe that I choose. I can see a body type that I'm like, oh, I like her body type. But it's just like that for you. There are cis women in your life that you like, oh, she has a beauty that I admire. She has something that I admire. It's just like that for you. It's not that I want to be every cis woman. I don't want to be anybody but Diamond motherfucking Stylz. Diamond Stylz acknowledges that she is trans. Diamond Stylz acknowledges that trans is an adjective that describes woman. I am a trans woman. I am not a cis woman. You are. I have publicly said that's what I am. That's what I believe. That's who I am. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I am, in fact, literally a trans woman. So I'm not pretending to be a cis woman. Now, sometimes I am. For some coins. So that is why I want to understand. I want you to understand that there is a utility to when that comes up. It is not to replace you. I'm never trying to replace you. I can't replace you. I cannot. It's impossible. It would be a fool's errand. It will be a foolish goal. I cannot replace you. Wouldn't want to. I don't like trans women that much. Imagine a whole world of these crazy ass bitches. I would never want to replace you. No. I would never want to replace all the cis women with trans women. Hell, fuck no. Have you seen what's going on in our culture, in our circle of people? Have you been paying attention to what's going on with the girls? Imagine that on a larger scale. No, hell no. The fuck? Why would I want that? Why would I want that, sweetie? No. I love women to the core, but I don't want to be you. That isn't any gender. everything that I want to be is who I am. Like I did a video recently about it too, a little short, where I'm saying, sweetie, whether you think I'm a woman, agree with I'm a woman, when I go out this door, people are treating me like what I am. So what you think, don't really fucking imagine. Like what doesn't matter in my life. What you think, what you think about who I am. Imagine, like, you know how white people think that they're superior. Does that affect you? Like, does it really? Yes, systematically racism affected, but I'm talking about on how you think about yourself. Does white people thinking that they are superior than you really affect your self-image? Does it really? I can see a low self-esteem person saying, yes, it does. I value white people's opinion and they think of me the less than, so all the coon shit that I do is based on impressing white people. I can see there be something like that. But in a normal motherfucker mind, does white people thinking that they're superior really affect you? I'm telling you, it does not. I am so deeply, happily in Black culture that I tell people all the time, yes, we know what the mainstream beauty standards are, but Black people have always had our own particular beauty standard that was different than that. We always like a little bit of ass. We always like a little bit thick of a thigh. Do we want you to be skinny and not have no stomach and da-da-da? Yes. Yeah. That's normal because fat phobia is real. But our version of beauty has always been a thicker version. Thick. We've always, I'm not saying colorism doesn't exist, but there was pretty dark-skinned girls that was getting loved on when I was growing up. Not saying that the colorism didn't exist. I want that to be clear. Not saying that there wasn't some dark-skinned girl that was being called all kinds of names. Yes, but I'm saying it wasn't just Jane and Allison and the white blonde-haired girls who was loved on by the Black community. When I was growing up, it was a range of Black women who people loved. Not saying that it wasn't a disparity. I want that to be clear. But we all had our own shit. We had our own shit. And so what them white people thought, it really didn't matter. And that's how I think about my transness. I don't really give a fuck what you think. As long as it doesn't affect me, like in regards to like my rights and da 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 da. Long as it doesn't affect my rights, cool. You can think I'm a man. I don't give a fuck about you. That's actually the default. Clock that. I want y'all to clock that. Like, I come into the world and I'm going against patriarchy, gender norms, da 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 da. The default is to not fuck with me. Do you think I give a fuck about you? The whole world don't fuck with me. You think I give a fuck about you on an individual level? You think I made this decision for my life to give a fuck about you? You think I made the decision to go and take a risk, getting silicone, live on the edge, getting this surgery, getting that surgery, to walk around the world giving a fuck about a motherfucker that's saying that I'm a man? You think I got to this, let's call it a delusion. You think I got to this level of my delusion to all of a sudden say, I wonder what Keisha from the hood thinks about my womanhood. I wonder what Bobby Joe from rural county, Neshoba County, Mississippi think about my womanhood. You think I'm looking at Trump or some Republican or some turfy lesbian or some Butch Queen, you think I'm looking at all these motherfuckers, these naysayers that are against my womanhood and thinking at this big age, out of all the stuff that I've been through, and you think I give a fuck about a bitch saying I'm a man or saying that they don't believe in my delusion? The default is for you not to fuck with me. And I still chose to do this fucking shit. I still chose to say, fuck what the fuck y'all talking about, and live the life that I'm living today successfully. Being against it is the default. You telling me that you don't accept cis or you don't accept me, that was the default, baby. I don't give a fuck. When I said I don't give a fuck at 13, you know how long ago that was? I'm 45 now. You think at 45 that I'm going to be like, oh my God, they hate the trans. I came out in 94. None of the, honey, y'all, the kids got all they got television shows, they got superstars, they got all the stuff now. I came out, none of that shit was on the public main stage. We got the biggest Michael Jackson level star quoting a trans woman in her song. We didn't have none of that shit when we was growing up. And you think that now I'm gonna, if I had no fucks to give back then, you think I'm gonna have some fucks to give now? You think I'm gonna have fucks? You think I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna feel down and sad about a motherfucker not respecting my womanhood? I'm sorry, baby. No. That ain't gonna be how I feel about it. That's not what I'm gonna do. I didn't get this far to be like, oh, ding, a light bulb. Oh, the people don't like trans women. They never did. I've been dealing with transphobia all my life. The fuck? I can go back to doing what the fuck I was doing before. Not giving a fuck. Literally before it was popular, before it was trendy, before the girls were saying, before they were saying the girls is getting up in geese just to be popular and make videos and do TikToks. Trying to fest destiny, right? Not giving a fuck is always the power move. Always. Like I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And so I say all of that because I just want you to understand that my life and many of the trans women and trans men that I know, this is a radical self-love. This is loving ourselves enough to not be DL men. This is loving ourselves enough to not live a lie. Y'all used to some of these niggas and bitches out here living lies, hiding themselves. They are living lies. They are living, and not even on no gender shit or sexuality shit. There are straight people who their whole life choices revolve around their parents. Their whole life choices revolve around whatever circle around them to impress them. They didn't make any choices that didn't revolve around these systems. This, for me, is a radical self-love. I could not live as a man. I'm sorry, baby. I couldn't live that way. I couldn't live pretending that I was something that I was not. And when I say what I was a trans woman. And so I changed my life to live my trans woman dream. Because I love myself enough to go through this world, regardless of the consequences, and live it on my own terms. Yeah, is it going to be some shit that I can't control? Negative shit? Yes. Is this going to be every day somebody in my comment section in a video I found talk about you're a man? Yes. Is it going to be somebody trying to remind me of the origin of my being? Yes. Every day? Yes. Every day. And you know what is also not there every day? A fuck to give. Every day. You know who I give a fuck about? People that I love, that love me. And the future. I believe the children are future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. The children that's coming that might be like me, I do care. I do care about them. And I want them to have a better life. So I'm an activist and organizer and trying to do what's in my power to change the material reality for them. Yes, I care about that. But a bitch that don't like me, a bitch that don't believe I'm a woman, a bitch that thinks I'm crazy, delusional, I don't give a fuck about you hoes. I don't give a fuck about y'all. I don't. Because it don't mean shit when you know who you are, yapping away. Yeah. What am I, whatever this delusion is, I'm living it and I'm fabulous and enjoying it. And half the time you bitches living miserable lives. And that goes back to the pretty girl. Even if they're not pretty, a bitch that's successful, a bitch that's that got a life, got the husband, got the da-da-da-da. Half the time, I don't have no issue with them. I just don't. It's always a miserable ass bitch that don't got nothing that I want. What you're saying could literally be saving one of their lives right now. Could be. Right. Yeah, this is a radical self-love. I love myself enough to go against every single system. I want y'all to think about that. We talk about white supremacy and how white supremacy and racism in this country. The gender system, the patriarchy and gender, that's older than the race shit. The gender shit, gender oppression goes back to, what is it? Not what's the Mesopotamia? That the gender oppression, it goes far back. And I said, nah, I'm cool on that. I'm gonna go this route. I know y'all saying, especially as a black church kid, I know y'all saying I'm supposed to go this route, but I don't feel it. I know y'all saying that I'll never find love. I know y'all saying that I'll get AIDS. I know y'all saying that I'll never be attractive because I was born a man. I know y'all saying that I'm not going to get jobs. I'm not going to get opportunities because of discrimination. I know y'all saying that, and that may be true sometimes. But it's something in my heart that believes that I can make it work. Is it delusional? Maybe. But I must say, at 45, I feel pretty good. Do I have a perfect life? No. But I'm not doing anything that I don't want to do. I'm not I'm not homeless. I'm happy with my accomplishments. Everything that I set out to do, I've done it. Do I have new goals? Yes. But everything that I in my before 45 that I had wanted to do, I've done it. Now I'm working on my new goals. It has my life been happy? Yes. It has there been bad shit? Absolutely. But in general, I always come out on top. I always come out in a better situation than I was before. I yeah. I I'm happy as fuck. Like I like my life. I like what I have created. It's never been a jealous set. It reminds me of uh, and I'm not saying that this doesn't happen, but I don't hear I don't hear men contextualizing trans men like that. I hear men saying along the lines of, I got the dick, you using a fake dick. Like they are positioning themselves as the they don't either they're not thinking about it at all. I just don't hear them talking about trans men in the way almost like trans men are not a threat at all. That's what I think about when I hear men talking about trans men. It's not the same thing. Like I don't think men think that it is even a possibility for trans men to replace them. So they don't even play with that idea. And I feel like for me, if I was a cis woman, that's how I would be. Like I wouldn't even think that it was a possibility for 0.5% of the population to replace me at all. I don't care how much you try. How you going to replace me? And this is deep, but if trans people keep going in the direction that they're going, the trans women, particularly trans people, are gonna phase themselves out, to be honest. Because if we get to the point where the binary is broken, transitioning will be pointless. Like if there's no binary in how gender is expressed, there wouldn't be no reason to transition. So if the binary is broken, which many people are leaning to, it wouldn't be a purpose of transitioning because you wouldn't have no need for it. So we would phase ourselves out before we would even fucking replace y'all. That's not even possible. That's fucking stupid. Yep, isn't that the same thing about studs? Yes. No dick equals threat. Dick equals threat. It's animalistic, reproductive focus, understanding of sexuality. Yeah, I just don't. And it can't be about these niggas. It has to be one of the. I'm about to pull this up too because I think this is relevant to what you just said. Plum Bob. Because I think this is relevant. Let me pull it up. Man, I can't find it. Oh, where is this video? Maybe I saved it. Did I save it? Okay, here we go.
She said, and I'm gonna put it up here. Taylor Swift has low confidence. Cause my good sis, she said, and I'm gonna put it up here. We are the first generation of women who are free to solely date men for their character, and we are all single.
We can't be jealous of this brand of nigga. We can't be jealous of this brand of nigga of 2026, darling. We can't be battling. We can't have all these issues based on this brand of nigga. It can't be. It can't be them. Not the ones that be wearing rhinestones and shit. It can't be them. It can't be these niggas that is asking us to go 50-50. Like we can't be the clash between cis and trans women can't be about men. It can't. Not this brand of men. It can't be. It can't be. I refuse to believe that. It can't be. Y'all can't be choosing to stay single. Y'all can't be the the birth rate. The thing that y'all say we jealous of. The birth rate is going down. Y'all ain't even using these pussies and uteruses that y'all claim that we want. Y'all are choosing to divest from the use of them motherfuckers behind these niggas. And you want me to believe that y'all hate trans women because of these niggas? No. Y'all not even choosing to have these niggas babies. Y'all are divesting from these niggas. Y'all can't be so invested in these niggas that y'all hate trans women, but then y'all are divesting from them. Y'all not having their babies. Y'all choosing to be single. Y'all choosing to not be in relationships with them. Y'all choosing to not marry them. So that's what I refuse to believe that it is behind men. I refuse to believe that. It can't be behind men. No. It can't be behind men. It can't be behind men. It has to be something else. And I already know what it is. But it feels like oppression Olympics. It feels like when somebody is trying to humble you. It feels like when I don't know, it's a weird warped sense of It does feel it's a trauma and a threatening, but it is rooted in insecurity. It's not rooted in which goes back to what I said. I never meet insecure girls, cis girls, women who I never meet the secure ones that have a problem with the trans thing. I just never do. It just never happens. It's always the insecure, bad body, built like a Kenmore fridge. There's something about her that does not fit desirability. There's something there's some lack of advancement that's going on. It goes back to the remember when Monroe and that ugly girl was calling her a man, even though Monroe didn't say nothing to her? If you remember, the first thing she said was, because she can't believe that she's attractive. I know people have been telling her she's ugly all her life. I'm pretty sure. And that's unfair. That's really unfair and shady. But the first thing she said was, I'm a woman. I got 5 kids. That indicates that is where her value sits. And so you, as a trans coming in, looking beautiful, she can't even get to that. So the only place that she can weaponize that shows her value in regards to you as a trans woman, this beautiful trans woman that she sees, is to share with you that my pussy still works. My pussies work. As if we don't know niggas will fuck anything with a hole. Yes, of course you got 5 kids. Of course you got 5 kids across multiple men. Because nobody was wifing you up and loving you. They were fucking you. And I bet when we look at the men are of no caliber. Because you still hood and ghetto and living in the hood and not having no money, no advancements. So I know the men that fucked you and had babies by you were of no caliber. No high caliber, just the scum of the fucking earth. Mm-hmm. You want me to think that though that pussy and them kids got you something? What did it get you? It didn't get you nothing. You didn't advance. Are the men proud of you? Of you being a mama? Are the men proud of you being a baby mama? Are your kids proud of you being a mama? That was a Freudian slip. But when you come to the school, are they embarrassed that you are their mama? Because I know them kids is roasting the fuck out of them kids. I can't find it. There we go. Is this my homegirl? I think was this one of the girls that I was battling with earlier? Yeah. I think so. Maybe. Hi, boo. You the one on phone earlier? You want to battle? What's the battle? Is you the same one on from earlier? Yes. Same battle? What kind of battle? I was at the no, this will be battle. Huh? Well, let me ask you a question. No funny. So what you with, a real woman or your man? I'm sorry? What you with, a woman or your man? Well, be honest with yourself. What is it? What do I look like? Hell, you look like a damn man to me. I'm sorry? You look like an man. I do? Yeah. Okay, then that's exactly what I am.
Is this my homegirl? I think this was this one of the girls that I was battling with earlier? I don't think so. For you, I will be. If I look like that, and are you saying that you look like a woman? No, I'm a woman, bitch. All this shit real. Okay. I got 5 children and 2 grandchildren and 1 on the way. I ain't no motherfucker man. I'm a real motherfucking woman, bitch. You better get that shit correct. Bitch, you better get that shit correct. I'm a real woman, not no motherfucking man.
All my stuff is real. She's showing her titties. All her stuff is real. I got 5 children and grandchildren. Ma'am, it's this shit. It's this type of shit. It's like it is rooted in your insecurity. That's the only value you have. Because who says that? A secure woman, they not worried about that. They not worried about that. It's behind religion. I guarantee if she was asked 2 more questions, she would have been bringing up the Bible. The Bible said, I think there's a lot of shit rooted in religion. But I also think that it's a lot rooted in, because I know people who are not religious at all, who still have anti-homosexual beliefs, anti-trans beliefs. Men fuck goats. They do. Like it literally is. We talked about sodomy laws last time. A part of sodomy laws in countries, in states, I mean, a part of in the definition of sodomy is because niggas was fucking animals. They were having sex with animals. They would sleep with anything that will give them some coochie. And if you have ovaries and you have a uterus, you can end up with a baby. And guess what? You're going to have to take them niggas to get child support. Are they proud of, I want to know, are they proud of you being a baby mama in the same way that you're proud of being a mama and grandma? Like, are they showing your picture? Are they saying, this is my baby mama? Probably not. Probably not. Are they proud of you? Probably not. They probably shamed as hell that they knocked you up and got you pregnant. And on a larger scale, you care about your kids, sure. But does the world? They locking you, especially as a black woman, they locking your kids up. They don't even want to give them free lunch. They don't even want to give them, they don't want to give you money to take care of them. They don't want to give you health care. They don't want to give you shit. Do the world care about your fucking kids? Do they really value you being able to make babies? Other than for the labor, other than for the labor and the socioeconomic benefit of you, do they value what you can do with your vagina? For real. Other than the labor. Do they value it? Do they respect you for it? They actually have laws on the books controlling you around it. because they don't think you have the brain capacity to make your decision about your body. Did it bring you value? Did it? And you will dog me, and I will break my neck to make sure, even though I don't have no pussy and no periods, I will break my neck to make sure you have the right vote every single time that I need to vote in favor of you having the right and agency over your body. I will vote every single time for it because I believe that your agency over your body is connected to the agency over my body. If they'll control yours, they'll control mine. If they try to stop you from having agency over your body, they will try to stop me from having agency over my body. If they will say, you cannot have a baby, you are forced to have a baby, you cannot have an abortion, you cannot control whatever your body does, do you think that doesn't turn around and do the same to me and say, no, you can't get access to your hormones. You can't get access to any surgery. You can't get access to any gender affirming care, whether you're a child or adult. That's literally what they're trying to do now. I see the connection between our fight. I see the connection and overlap in the intersection of our life, where we meet. Last election cycle, they spent millions and millions of dollars because they did the data research and found that the trans issue was a wedge issue that will galvanize people to the polls. And you let these motherfuckers get in office and use us as like a Trojan horse to get in office and then overturn your rights. You let these motherfuckers use this trans issue let them use the issue just to get in and then put you in a war, make your grocery bill go up, not go down. Black people who are listening, vote Gut Voting Rights Act. Y'all let this trans issue galvanize you and them to either stay away from the polls and not vote, or get them in office. It's wild to me. It's wild how y'all get on this train and don't see how everything is connected. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about. But yes, what I have chosen to do, and it's been a while. This isn't recent. This has been a while. This has been about, I want to say 10 years. Yeah, it's been about 10 years. Yeah, it's been a little over 10 years. My strategy with cis people is, and this This not just cis hets, but all the cis, the gays too, because they can be problematic. My mindset around cis people is I only fuck with the ones that fuck with me. I'm not a reach across the aisle type of bitch. That's not who I am as a person. I think that that is useless. I think that when it comes to organizing and working with people, you got to work with the motherfuckers that want to work with you. Try to grow that pool. Whatever that pool is, you pull them into the bucket, into your network bucket. Da, 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 da. You don't have to reach across the aisle and work with motherfuckers. Now, I'm not saying that with every scenario, but the scenario in my life, I don't have to reach across the aisle. I'm gonna get what I need to get from the people who fucks with me. Will that limit me? Yes, but I've been working, honey. I'm a black child that grew up in poverty. I've been working with limitations for all my life. I can figure it out, and I've been just fine. I figured it out. I've been working with limitations forever. Oh, I'm black, baby. I don't know about your experience, but I don't have a I don't have that relate. I think Ushani, you're one of them kind of like, ain't you one of them like biracial people that have that kind of story of biracialness? I don't have that. I'm not a biracial girl. So I've been embedded in the black community. So I don't have any experience of somebody heavy experiences of somebody trying to invalidate my blackness or make me not black. I don't have that experience. So I've been in black community, even when they hating on me because I'm queer. My blackness was never a thing of contention. It never was a I won't say never. There's been little moments because I'm light skinned, but even that wasn't even that serious. There's always been my blackness has always been just a part of who I am because I have two black parents. I grew up in black neighborhoods. I went to black churches. I've been in black communities so heavy that it almost is impossible for somebody to make me not black. That's not my experience. I understand it could be some people's experience, especially for a biracial person. I can see I understand it. I see it. I get it, especially if you have like a white parent. Um, I can understand that, but that's not my experience. So I never had the you're not black kind of experience consistently enough for it to impact me in that kind of way. Does it make sense? Where I where people were seriously considering me not one of them in that way in regards to race. Yeah, I've never had that experience. I've always been hood adjacent. So I never been in a situation where I was like connecting with rich people and they were treating me special. So the black people in my life got insecure. I've never been in that situation because I got some kind of rich people, but I've never been in a situation where people with money was elevating my life to where somebody could be jealous. I've never been in that situation. So I don't know about that. I think we have two different, of course, because we're two different people, but I think we have two different people in regards to two different experiences in regards to that. So I don't have that kind of experience with my blackness. Oh, I can believe it. I can believe it's a real thing for some people. I just don't have the experience. The rich people in my life. They bless me, but not to the point. It's not like I have a bunch. I think if I was to consider rich people, I would consider that are my friends. I think I got like three people in my life that I would consider rich. Um, and only one of them are like born rich. The other two, they advanced from poverty. So our connection is our cultural connection. They advanced. Now there's one who he was born into money and has money and continue to have money and in that kind of way. But I also, with my rich friends, I never been in a situation where I'm trying to incorporate myself into their life or a higher class status. So I'm never over here like, ooh, trying to be in the mix with the rich people. I never really was that. So the people who I'm in community with, I never been in a situation where, oh, you think you all that because you over there with them rich people or you over there with them white people. I never really try to incorporate myself in in that life because I actually don't like. I find upper class people to be boring. Upper class in regards to money and in regards to the money what I find exciting about upper class is the access to stuff that I would like to have access, like travel and that. But the actual culture of upper class people, I find it to be boring and bland. Why and I'm talking about class, not race. I'm talking about class now because we talk about rich and powerful in that regard, but which is predominantly white. But I find those people to be boring. I think of it in that system, but also in like academia people too. Like any room of academia that I wanted to get myself in, thinking that they were better and thinking that they were great and excellent. Any room that I have ever got in that was like upper academia stuff, I realized that they're not great. They actually is privilege that got them there. They all be bland and boring and not brilliant as I thought that they were. Anytime I have got in a space where I'm meeting that type of person, it's always bland and boring. And same thing with upper class. So I never wanted to get into. I never had that kind of Kanye West. They talking about nothing. Yes, always talk about nothing. That kind of Kanye West wanting to get in the in crowd. I've never had that drive to want to be in the upper class. I wanted to have access to things that money give you access to, like travel and that amazing thing. Those amazing that I consider amazing, but the circle, the culture of upper class, I never wanted to be that. That never I never tried to get into that class of people because I found them to be bland and boring. And so, yeah, I never found them to be exciting. Mm, I think they do though. When I'm in those spaces, I think they do. They don't envy you about money, but they envy you about your brilliance and your confidence and who you are. And that can be just as negative. That can be crab in the barrel too in those spaces as well. I think that they are I think the envy just comes in a different way. I think when I meet upper class, women, your confidence, they don't understand your freedom that comes with you being not of that class. I think that it does. I think it shows in how they try to steal our swag about things and repackage it in another way. Um, the envy comes they're not envious about your status in regards to money, but they can be envious about many other things because that can be a prison too. Yeah, I think that mindset can be applied anywhere. It can be applied to hood ghetto people too. It could be, I just don't value that to be over there. Yeah, I'd much rather be with my people because I don't devalue it. I think some people devalue it and think that that is better. And so there's things that they're willing to deal with over here that I'm not. And as I got older, I learned how to access certain luxuries, certain, not all, but certain luxuries without having to deal with the foolishness of upper class people. Because the only thing I admire about upper class people is the money to be able to do amazing things. Like, ooh, you have the money to be able to go on private islands and go travel the world in different and see different cultures and blah 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 blah. That is, I do value that. Um, but once I got older and learned that I could, because I don't have any children and I don't have like all the bills that some other people and responsibilities other people have, I have access to, I've had access to be able to go, and I don't have any vices. That's another thing. I don't do drugs. I don't have things that's kind of eating away at my money. So I get to do, I get to do certain things that I think don't have some people don't have access to. If I had to take a poison either way, I'm drinking the one that has the most power and influence. Hmm. Who do I want to have power and influence over? That's what I would, before I guzzle it down. Who would it be? It depends on who it would be. Because some people have power and influence, but they don't have influences in the spaces that I care about. They don't have power in the spaces that I care about. They don't have yeah. It just depends on where. Yeah, they don't always, power and influence, it depends on where when it's important to me is depends on where it's at. Like, where do you have influence? Where do you have power? If you got power in fucking Timbuktu and I never be in Timbuktu, I don't care. If you got power and influence with the Amish people, I'm never around Amish people. I don't care. If you have power and influence in New York, but you don't have no power and influence in Houston, I don't really care. It just depends on what the power and influence is for. But yes, I don't know. I just I love my people though. I love my people. I love them. Flaws and all, I love them because for me, in my personal experience, the good always have drastically outweighed the bad in my life. So I don't really have some drawn out traumatized experience within my culture. Have experienced negative? Yes, but the good has always outweighed the bad. Have a ghetto ass ratchet bitch called me a faggot in front of everybody trying to embarrass me. Yes. But have a ghetto ass ratchet chick help me find a job or a place to stay or hook me up on something. Yes, more times than the bitch who tried to embarrass me. Like my life, the positive has always outweighed in my own personal culture. The positive has always outweighed the negative for me. Yes, and I'm talking about realism in economics. The realism of the situation is that the positive has always outweighed the negative. My personal life's economy, the money that has come into my pocket and opportunities for me, I have gotten them from mostly queer Black women from the hood. the money that has came into my pocket has come from probably about 90% have come from queer Black women. Black women, Black women, Black queer people, gay people. That's where I rarely have benefited from white people. I rarely have benefited from upper class people. It is my connection to and if I in that 10%, even then it was my connection with these people that got me connected to them, even them in that situation. Yeah, even like I remember I think there's only one person that I was not connected to, that I met, that became a close friend. Yes, that I know of, because everybody else, shit, I was connected through my queerness. Tricks from back in the day, I didn't meet them. The tricks that really stood out to really help benefit my life, it was Black men. Even though all the girls are saying on their ads, no Black men, no Black men, no Black men, I couldn't do that, because the niggas who really looked out for me, even when it wasn't about sex, was Black men. Even when there was no exchange of sex, it was the tricks, the Black tricks, who was really the GOAT. Was there some white ones that kind of? There were some white ones, of course, but I'm talking about the ones that really stepped up in unusual ways. It was the niggas. It was the niggas, honey. Even during whole life, I had many white clients, but my majority coins came from Black men. Yeah. And when I was in a bind and needed to hit up some tricks, like, yo, I need something, the white ones wasn't giving me nothing. It was the Black ones. I remember I was stranded in Denver one time, and my client called me. He got me some extra days and bought me a ticket. And he didn't even live in my city. Yeah, the benefit always outweighed. Always outweighed the negative. Not saying that there wasn't no negative, because it was. But now I do remember when I was younger, there was one time where it was like, oh, this is being weird. When I was in high school, I stabbed a girl. and got expelled from junior high. My last year of junior high, 8th grade, got expelled for me stabbing this girl in her neck. And my teachers, my black teachers, black or white, all my teachers, black or white, there was none of them that was stepping up to the plate to help me in the situation that I was. The situation that I was in was I was getting expelled. I got expelled the week before I-STEP test. Now, this is the time when they were making you passing the I-STEP mandatory for you to go to the next school year, for you not to get held back. So, me being expelled and having to go to a new alternative school, I wouldn't be able to get into the alternative school until the week after that, and I would miss the week of the test, the standardized test. And so all of my teachers, none of them, white or black, stepped up to try to help me in this particularly unique bind that I was in. And there was a white girl at my group home who was a teacher, who was licensed and registered teacher, white girl. Her name was Sam Andros. Sam went to the school and fought, like literally argued and fought for them to allow her to administer the test for me at home so that I could go to high school and not be held back in 8th grade. And so that week, she administered the test. I passed it, and I was able to go to high school the next year. And I remember that being the very few moments in my life that a white woman stood up and helped me in that moment. Usually it would be other black folks, but that was the first time that I remember it was like this white girl really fighting to help me to do what I need to do to get me to the next level. And yeah, it was a moment that I remember. Yeah, that was the only time, if I'm thinking about it in my past, where yeah, white woman stood up, and it wasn't about kind of a savior complex. Another moment. This wasn't the end. This wasn't just her, but her little key piece is what got me over the hump. But there was other people that was helping me. I remember when I sued my high school to go to the prom and won. When I sued, it was my white English teacher, because the black teachers, there was a black teacher too, but the other cishet, straight, churchy black teachers, they were very much like, their mindset was, we're helping you. I don't know how to explain this. Well, let me see if I can explain it the best way I can. There are some black people that love you enough to try to change you. That's how they feel. Like, it's like, I know that this gay shit, this trans shit is going to make your life harder. So I feel convicted to talk you out of doing this. It's not because I hate you for being queer. It is because I feel it's my obligation to kind of steer you, especially when I was young. Now, as an adult, no. But when I was young, they think of you as a black boy. So they like, you're a black boy. You're going to be out here struggling if you do this shit that you're doing. And so they're coming from a place of care. Now, it's bad, but in their brain, they are coming from a place of care. It's like, you are a black boy out here in the world. I'm supposed to steer you in the right direction. And this trying to be a woman is in the right direction. So yes, I'm going to help you. I'm not going to let nobody bully you. But when it's a one-on-one conversation with me and you, I'm going to try to convince you that this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. I don't think it's just Christianity. Yes, I think some of them. Yes, but I don't think it's just Christianity. I think that there are some people that it is not just about religion, or it's not about religion at all. It's about the racial component. It's about, you are a Black boy in the world, and I know how the world is going to treat you. You are a Black boy in the world, and I know how this particular thing is going to affect your life. It's not about sin. It's not about, I think it's wrong because my religious told me to do that. I don't want you to struggle. I know this is going to be a struggle. And you are a kid. You are a kid. And as a teacher, I'm supposed to be steering you in the right direction. Now, as you get older, this stopped being, I never experienced this as an adult, but in school academic settings, teachers, professors, they think that their job is to help you in this, especially young. And so I remember teachers being like, yo, is this one of my favorite teachers? Her name was Miss Sullivan, my favorite teacher, brilliant. She just was everything to me. One of the first time that I felt like a side eye, not a side eye like not like a girl, but like a question of myself, was when I talked to her and she said, I'm proud of you. I'm glad you stood up for yourself. But she says, what is this going to look like if you change your mind about this? Because I was young. People do change their mind. This is something that you could think differently 10 years from now. She was like, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying that, what if, because you're young, you don't know what you're going to choose later on. Is this something that you're going to be proud of years to come? And I had to think, yes. I got to the answer, but while I thought about it, because I think deeply about my actions, while I thought about it, I had to think like, oh, am I 100% for sure about this at 16, 17, 18? Am I 100% for sure about this? Am I going to change my mind? I don't think so. I don't think that this is a phase for me. You think it's a phase for me, or could be a phase for me, but I don't think this is a phase for me. Would I regret this? I had to examine that within myself. Now, the end answer is no, I'm not going to regret it. And here at 45, no, I didn't regret it. But at 17, my teacher that I respect, who we are close, not close, we were close when I was in my 20s, but now I've moved away and we just lost closeness. But somebody who I continued to grow close with, it wasn't about changing my mind. It was about me thinking about what could be, because we do not know what could be. And she doesn't go to church. She wasn't churchy. She wasn't that kind of girl. She wasn't that kind of teacher. She wasn't I wouldn't have been close to her if she was that, because I rejected that. So, but the white girl, Miss Beeching, she is the one who said, what they're doing to you is unfair. What they're doing to you is unfair. Here, take this number and call the ACLU. They will take your case for free. And I was like, oh, cute. And that little piece of information is what led me to the win, because I wouldn't have known who to call. I would have thought to go to a lawyer who I couldn't afford. And I didn't, all that kind of stuff. She was the one who said, they're not supposed, this is discrimination and they're not supposed to do this. So here, take this number. I got this number for you. Don't tell nobody that I gave it to you. Here. And so, and there was another teacher named Miss Butler who was in that similar vein, who they were real close friends. They worked at the school. They were teachers that worked at the school and they were close. And she was Black too. And she was, you know, in agreement. That's unfair. And here's the action that you should take. And it led me to my win. I just remember her, those two teachers, just being like 10 toes down about anything. It was I did a poetry. I wrote a poem. They were entering our poetry into a contest, and we were creating a book of poetry. And I made a song called A Nigga to My Left. Not a song, a poem called A Nigga to My Left. And basically the poem was, I'm explaining, it's one of those classic poems where I'm explaining, I'm rhyming and I'm explaining when I'm just minding my business, trying to be me, it's a nigga to my left. And I'm talking about how niggas can get on your fucking nerves and there's always somebody there to talk shit to you, blah, 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 blah. When I'm this and this and this and this and this, there's a nigga to my left. And when I'm when I'm feeling happy and I'm proud and I'm be able to there's a nigga to my left. And that's how I deliver it. So it's like a monologue. I'm delivering it. And right at the end, I say something else. And just when I it's a nigga to my right. And I go off the stage. And everybody busts out laughing. And basically it's a commentary on how there's always a motherfucker there to be negative, even when you're in your successful moments, even when you're minding your business, when it's mundane, when it's hype, when it's this, when it ain't got shit to do with them, it's a nigga to your left. And then I'm doing the performance where I say it's a nigga to my right. So because I use the word nigga, the principal or the other teachers in the English department, because all the English department was participating in creating the book of poetry. And so, and when they were choosing the poems, because initially it was meant for me to perform it. It was not meant to be a written. I felt like it was better when I perform it because they get the physicality of it. And so my two teachers, Miss Beechin and Miss Butler, the other teachers were fighting to get my poem kicked out because of the word nigga. And my two teachers was like, no, this is a part of the culture. This is a part of the point of it was about the N-word. It wasn't about religion. It was about the N-word. It was about the use of the N-word, and which is a common Huckleberry Finn debate. Like, why, when you erase nigger with a hard R out of Huckleberry Finn, you remove the context of the time that it was written in. That was what would have been said. So why are you changing the person's language? This is a part of their art. Leave it the fuck alone. And so that's what my teachers was arguing on my behalf to say, this is a part of the culture. This is a part of what's going on. And it was my Black and my white teacher saying that this is their artful depiction of what they mean, what they culturally mean, and this is their thing. And so they successfully argued on my behalf, and my poem was included and not cut out of the language, but cut out for the language. And so I was one because of the performance of my piece. I was voted by the students and by the teachers to be able to perform. Because once we get the whole book, once we pick all the poems in the book, we got to vote for 5 people to perform their poems in front of like the whole school. And so it was like they did a whole event. So once we got the book done and and the students and the teachers, I was voted to be one of the 5 students to do their poem out loud. And so once I was able to do it, and they got to really see me, the physicality of me, because this is how I did it. This is how I envisioned it. So I'm starting. So to think about the whole stage, I'm starting on the side of the stage, on the right, fully right side of the stage. And each time I say there's a nigga to my left, I go further to the left on the stage. So I'm sitting there. Yeah, as soon as when I'm out buying my Jordans and I think everything is good, I'm feeling fly, I'm feeling this, it's a nigga to my left. And I go over to further to the left. So I move over. I say some other part of the poem. Oh, I'm swimming and having fun and not even thinking about any kind of bullshit. Well, I'm not cussing, but that part. And I'm thinking I'm good. And it's a nigga to my left. And I keep going left and left and left and left and left for each time I say each stanza of the poem. Left, 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 left. And right at the end, I say, and just when I think all the niggas to my left is gone, it's a nigga to my right. And I leave on the right side of the stage. And when I do it, everybody in the audience starts screaming and loud. It just delivered. The delivery of the poem was fire. And everybody at the end of it said, yeah, we was thinking that this shouldn't have been a part of the thing because of the language. But when you delivered it and when the other teachers fought for you, we kind of understood. And now that we've seen it, yay! Yay! And so, once again, the white lady and the black lady and Miss Butler, but mainly Miss Beechin, was coming to save the day for me to be included. And so while those 2 incidents, that was the same woman. So, but a 2 for her and 1 for the lady and 1 for Sam. While those 2 incidents I remember them being a white woman coming to save the day, that is only like 10% of the time in my life where it wasn't a black woman. The other 90%, I can tell y'all all kinds of stories of a black woman coming in, saving me. It's kind of like, I remember this conversation that happened on the internet, maybe like a couple of years ago, where somebody asked a question, who would you rather have be your boss? Like a white man or a black woman? And while I understood why they were having that question, the way they framed it was to give you the way they framed it was, so sometimes when you're in a situation where black women, I have heard horror stories about black women being your boss compared to white men. But I haven't had a lot of white men bosses. So I don't have the reference. I don't remember ever working for a white man in regards to that wasn't like a mentorship. Like I worked at a college when I was in high school. I worked at a college and he was my boss. And I had a white man boss then, but that was like a summer summer program for kids. So I don't think it really counts. But as an adult, I never worked for no white man. Um, but I have heard horrible experience of black women bosses, especially if they're like boomer level. E. My work experience of negative experience as far as bosses is always white women. I have had some horrible white women bosses. Horrible. When it's a white woman that's my boss, oh my God. I never have issues with black men that are my boss. No, that's a lie. I had one incident where I was fired. When I was fired for being trans, that was a black man. But other than that, when I have black men bosses, they're usually cool. Never had no issue with black women. It's always white women. Any consistency of negativity, it was white women bosses. White women as your boss, baby. Wendy's, from high corporate to low level job like in fast food. When it was white women, they wear me out. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, anytime I had a black woman boss, it's been fire. Fire, fire, fire. They'll do you dirty, then play victim. Yeah. Yeah. I remember this one girl when I worked at it was a retail, Bath and Body Works. I remember my coolest boss was a Hungarian white woman. Come on, Hungarian. My coolest boss. Who was my coolest boss? My coolest boss. Mine was a Ukrainian white woman. I think my coolest boss. But I feel like I was with her for so long. But she also had some racist shit. Not like directly racist, but like racial bias, if that makes sense. It's not like, let me give you a perfect example. So she was always cool. She always promoted me. You can tell there was like favoritism with her. Like she always gave me my raises, whatever the max raise I could get, she always gave it to me. She always gave me my time off. I was like her co-director. So she always fuck with me. So we got it together. But I remember when they were having them Black Lives Matter protests here in Houston, and they were blocking traffic. And it was one of them days where they were on a street that was blocking traffic in our area of our store. So it was messing up our money. And she said something along the lines of, like, why the fuck are they doing this? It just doesn't make sense. What is this gonna accomplish? And it was like I rolled my eyes. I knew that this is my job. I'm not having political conversations with my boss. But it was the moment of, oh, this is She cool, but this is a white woman. It was like, yeah, she cool. I don't have no problem with her, but don't ever fucking forget that this is a white woman. So that's how it was. How it was given more context. Cause yeah, you look out for me. We cool in regards to that, but you are you are a white woman. Well, she's from the Ukraine, but she had been in America most of her life. So no, she was from the Ukraine though. I think she came to America when she was 10. And so she had been here, but she's from the Ukraine. But she is she was cool. I loved her in regards to the moment when we were working together. But the black ladies I worked for when I was young, I loved them. They were dope. I really haven't had too many bosses in my older adult life. I usually been contracted. So I'm working for somebody, but almost like as a consultant. So I didn't really feel like they had the power over me. If you're hiring me, but they didn't feel like my bosses, if that makes sense. It's like you're hiring me for work, but I'm my own boss. I've sadly never had a black boss. What field do you work in? I had a cool ass uncle boss at my first job, a black man. He always looked out for me. Yeah, most of the black men that I work for, except for that one that fired me solely because I was trans, most of the black men I work for was dope. But yeah, the ones that raised hell was in white women. The closest thing I've had was my grad school committee chair. I think my most negative was this girl named Christy, but I got her fired. She tried to get me fired, but I flipped it on that ass. Because she didn't know that I was recording her. She didn't know that I was recording her, baby. And I sent the recording to our boss. To our upper boss. Because the boss that was right above us, she was one of them weird white women too. And the white girl that I just was describing, she transferred somewhere else. So they put another white girl above me, Lisa. And she spoke Spanish. She was like like a Argentinian Spanish, and you know they be racist. She's a Spaniard, so you know they be racist as hell sometimes. And so I didn't trust her, so I went over her head. So it was basically me, the white girl I don't like, another white girl, and then the boss above her was a white girl, Gina. So it was Christy, Lisa, and Gina. So 2 people above me. And honey, Christy was being so tired and so late. Like she was crying on the phone. Like she called Lisa crying, saying that she felt unsafe. And I hadn't threatened her or nothing, child. Said that she had felt unsafe. I was attacking her character, you know, being a Karen. And so, child, I recorded her on camera doing all this shady ass shit to customers, and I took it and put it on CD and took it home and took the CD and emailed the content to Gina. So 2 bosses above her, because I didn't trust the other boss. So I took it to the 2 bosses above her. And honey, by the time they got done with her, she was fired, and Lisa was on maternity leave and didn't come back. So I became the boss. So I eliminated 2 people above me just based on that. Wore them out. Lisa wouldn't have went nowhere, but she was pregnant at the time, and so she went on her maternity leave early, and then she didn't come back. Argentinians are notoriously racist against Black. They are. I love that real gems Game of Thrones shit. Got her right together. I said, let me show you how to play this game. Since you want to play white woman, I'm going to show you how to play how I play trans woman. Let me show you how to play, baby. And honey, Gina said, oh my God. And Gina lived for me because Gina was Gina is one of them white girls, and she's your classic white girl, Texas white girl, but she got a banging ass body. Like her body in Black standards is like, damn. Small ass waist, hips, like Black thick. What we consider Black people consider thick, she had that exact body. Not just being fat, not being white girl fat, like being what we consider like thick ass woman, like damn, not BBL, but BBL. Be like bad banging body level body. And Gina was fine. And I used to be like, come on, Gina, your body is snatched. I used to make her feel so good because she was banging. Her body was amazing. I was like, damn, Gina, you fine. And she used to live for me because I always make my sales and always do what I need to do. So she lived. And honey, as soon as I sent that to Gina, Gina said, oh no, baby. Oh no, baby. This is unacceptable. And got her ass right up out of there. No warning, no nothing. Because it was too many things that I showed her. It wasn't like one incident. It was a bunch of stuff. I collected it. Went back to old footage, put this on there. Because I knew when I documented when everything happened that wasn't supposed to be being done, that we normally would ignore. Document time. Look at the time on the motherfucking computers. Timestamp. And I went to each and every one of the computers. Got up the next morning. Not the next morning, but like maybe like 2 weeks after. Got up, went into work like an hour before, and went to each one of the timestamps and put it all on the CD. Got her ass up out of there, baby. Documentation. Once you play it, now I see you making it seem like I'm the scary black woman that you feel threatened by. Once you play that card with me, I get quiet. I stop talking to you. Baby. We out of here. The last group of people to be legally lynched. They be forgetting that. They do be forgetting that. The Irish and the Italian, they be forgetting, and the Jews. Now that they have assimilated into whiteness, baby, they forget that they didn't like y'all either, baby. Y'all wasn't the white pure Protestants. Y'all was the honey. Y'all was the bums of the whites. They didn't fuck with y'all either, honey. I'm trying to decide where I'm going to travel to next. I don't know. I've been wanting to go to Iceland, but I want to go to Iceland with my brother, man. I don't want to go to Iceland by myself. I will, but there's something there's specific that me and my brother really want to do. And so my fantasy is to be there with my brother because there's something that we want to specifically do. And we've been talking about it most of our lives. And so I want to go with my brother, but he just moved to DC and started his new job, so he don't got no free time, child. I'm like, ugh. I want to go to Iceland, but I haven't. There's other places I want to go, but I don't have anything that's on my bucket list no more in regards to solo. So me and my homegirl, we want to go to Fiji for Christmas. So I'm saving up for that. But by myself, I want to go to I don't have any more bucket lists for me to go to. Yeah, I just don't really have any bucket list that for me to go to alone, like a solo trip. So I have to decide what I want to do. Aurora Borealis, is that the Northern Lights? What is Aurora Borealis? I want to go because I want to go. I definitely want to go to one of the ice hotels, but I want to be where it's all at one of the steaming, where it's hot water, water, and all the snow is around you. I want to go on that. But that's the fantasy, to be at one of the hotels with the snow all around you and the hot tubs, hot springs, and shit like that. And I want to go to where there's a waterfall. It's a waterfall normally, but during the dead of winter, it's the waterfall has iced over. And so it's a black sand beach where all the sand is black and then the waterfall is frozen over. And I want to be in that area with a yellow dress on. I want a picture in that area with a yellow dress on. If that makes sense. Black sand beach, ocean, frozen waterfall, yellow dress. That'd be fire, right? Yeah. I feel like that'll be fire. Yeah, that is how they live. I wouldn't want to live like that. I want to live in anywhere cold. I can't deal with cold. That's why I had a job offer to go to Chicago and I didn't take it. I had a job offer to go to fucking Seattle and I didn't take it because I don't want to be in the gloomiest or the coldest or the winteriest or anything. I like Houston because 2 months of winter. January and February, and then you're done. And then it's over. You got and then the winters ain't even snow. It don't snow here. The winters are like 54, 55, 52, 50. It's in the 50s. The lowest it get is probably like 1 day or 2 days you'll get down to the 30s. And that's probably like in February, late January. It don't snow and it don't get cold. It'd be like 50 something, which I love. I don't know. My homegirl just moved to Iceland. My white trans homegirl. She lived in Dallas, but now she live in Iceland. I'm like, girl, I'll come visit. But the move, no. The only place in Europe that I would move is Amsterdam, Dublin. I fucking loved Ireland, bitch. Y'all just I cannot express how much I loved Ireland. Dublin, I would live in Dublin. Definitely Amsterdam. I loved Amsterdam. Amsterdam was fire. I didn't like Paris. I didn't like London. I could live in London, but the food is late and tired. I would only live in Paris and London for the men, because the men were fine in Paris and the men were fine in London. Honey, them African, Jamaican, oh, that was fun. That was yummy and cute, chocolate and fine. Hey, Rooted. Man, I asked why you liked Ireland so much. I just had an amazing time, and they are a different breed of white. Like that's a different breed of white. Like they white, but they not like it feels like racism light. Like they were so dope and fun, and it just the vibe was totally different. It was totally different. It was the how they treated you. It was and not even not even the people. I hadn't even said words, so they can't tell that I'm American. Like I'm just walking through, and I'm just listening and seeing how they moving around. It's just a different brand of white. I've never been to Denmark. Where's Denmark? That's more northern. That's like Scandinavian. That's like next to Sweden, right? I want to go to Sweden. Denmark is by Sweden. Toronto is the same. I've been to Toronto. I like Toronto. Toronto was cool. Toronto had a lot of Caribbean men. I enjoyed Toronto, but it was just fucking. It was definitely cold when I was there. Europe doesn't have the legacy of transatlantic slave trade. Not the same connotation. I don't know about that. I don't think certain parts have the same connotation, but they definitely have a legacy. Europe definitely played a part in this. They were a part of the triangle. They definitely played a part. But I do think certain places don't have the connotation for sure. It's not the same connotation. It's similar to like France. Like France had slavery, but they also was one of the first countries to abolish it. So the connotation of slavery is just different. That's why it was so easy for like Black Americans to move to France and kind of have this kind of low level racist life. But they played a part in the job. They played a part in colonizing. Don't get me on the Dutch colonizing parts of Africa. One of the reasons why we have some of them African prints, them Dutch prints, is because Dutch was colonizing Africa and had tons of fucking racist shit going on. That's not true, babe. There were literally slaves in Europe too, and there were literally now the Arab part is true, but the part about them not bringing slaves to Europe, that's not true. There was literally cases on the books in Europe about about like debating the slaves being property. Arab colonization is severely overlooked. Absolutely, definitely for sure. They definitely did. There were definitely enslaved Africans in Europe. Yes, for sure. Like it's literally cases on the books where they were fighting same way, just like us. Just like there's Plessy versus Ferguson. Other cases in our country. There was cases in Europe where slaves was trying to fight for their freedom and their rights too, that were sent to Europe. But I do agree that Arab colonization definitely in their slavery um, is belittled. The biggest genocide in the world is funded by the UN, the Sudan. Everybody talks about Gaza because they're recording it, but it way worse in Sudan. Well, I think they talk about Gaza because Israel and their connection to white power and the privilege that comes with that, and they don't give a fuck about Africans.
I know exactly.
Yes, 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 yes. Mm, 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 mm. Well, all right, dollies. I'm about to get up off of here. I'm about to play Elder Scrolls as I usually do and fix me some tea. But thanks for chatting with me. And I will talk to y'all next week. Make sure y'all thumbs up. And yeah, good night. Have a good time. Come on, Guild Wars Hall. Let's see. Do I have anything to announce? No, not really. I ain't got shit going on. All right, y'all. We good.